Yo, yo. Sorry for being AFK. Friends, just changed my shirt and grabbing some coffee. Ooh, thank you for the sub, sir. Wait, my headset died. What? It's inclusive.
Charging battery.
Well, good morning. It is 2 p.m. here. Holy. I am a bit late today, though. That's true. Didn't stick to the schedule today. Also, a little bit off schedule tomorrow, actually, because there's a wedding planned. How dare people get married, man? Fuck! How can they mess with my schedule like this? God damn. I will never forgive them, but I need to attend a wedding tomorrow. I might post my wedding fit on Instagram. How about that? Would that be wild? Is that something people still do? I've not posted on Instagram since, I don't know, like 3 years. All right, we're gonna react to the method video today, guys. From Preach. So all the trinkets. Is there any input they gave on how good they are? No, nothing. Just show how it looks. Interesting. That's a cool idea too. To do on Wowhead. This is the crazy trinket. It gives you big primary stat, 25k on 662 eye level, and then it decays. For big bursty classes, this trinket is gonna be insane. That benefit from main stat. Some don't. Which one didn't do it? There was like one class that really didn't work with main stat. I don't know. I don't remember. Another guy, casual scribe. Yeah. Would you like to see me in my clothing to a wedding, guys? I'll post it, I think. Let's see. Depends on if my son pukes on me before I can take the photo. If I get puked on, I might not do it. Okay. Let us pop the video from Preach. This actually got first told to me by my wife. Oh, I'm on the Echo account. Does that mess with anything? I don't think so. Should be fine. I will just take my coffee and then I'll return and then we start this video. Only 13 minutes. What? That is so short. But I guess, oh, Sko's response is 44 minutes. And then did Preach actually respond back on that as well? Let's see. No, it's just one video by Preach, right? Wait, didn't he react back to what Sko posted? I thought he did. It's okay, leak everything, we won't tell anyone. Yeah, there will be some leaking done, that's for sure. All right, let's see. This is a delicate topic, guys, so I can't be fully free to speak my mind due to contractual obligations that go for lifetime. But there are things that I can't speak about. So there's quite a lot of interesting things, in fact. Also, some of the things that that predate our method merge. Like what was happening on the REM side before as we were merging method, because there I don't have any idea I can say anything. I just don't want to say certain things perhaps, but that's it. Some toss breakage, you know, things like that. But let's see. Okay, I will go to my own account because this has ads. Because
on July 16th,
Echo account is not YouTube Premium, but my own personal account is. Okay. Let's see, volume.
On July 16th, 2015, one of the most startling moments in raiding history took place.
Good value.
Over the course of 24 hours.
Very.
On July 16th, 2015, one of the most startling moments in raiding history took place. Over the course of 24 hours, the champions, the reigning, dominant, multi-year heroes method, lost practically their entire roster. Just vanished. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take you on a journey of one of the most...
About this, I actually surprisingly don't know as much. Like, I never spoke to Kuznam. That's kind of crazy, right? I'd love to talk to him once. Like, what actually happened? And also to Potom maybe about certain things as well. He also vanished.
Pivotal moments in raiding history. This is the beginning.
Might as well go to the React of Sco's React. Oh, I guess that includes the full preach video, right? Should I watch Preach's video or Sco's video, guys? Say in chat, you decide. I want to watch the OG. Then there's also the Max stream reacting to your new YouTube video. Is this a point how you interpret your opinion in the worst way possible just to take rhetorical dunk on you/EU for his viewers? What? Dang. We're in for a ride today, dude. Holy moly. Okay. Okay, I'll first react. And Max also released a video about my video, or is it just on his stream? Oh, it's just on a stream. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. There was also some people mad in the comments. Like, I don't know. I don't think I said anything that bad. Like, the reason I know I didn't say anything bad about anyone is I actually do not have any bad feelings towards anyone. Anyone that left Echo, like, I do not mind. I wish the best for them, all good. I mean, I want them to lose against us, but, you know, that's, I think, normal, right? Aside from that, I don't want anything bad to happen to them. I hope they have a nice life and happiness and everything. I don't give a fuck. So I know, because I think this way, that I couldn't have meant at least something bad. But maybe there are things that can be understood in a bad way. I don't know. Would like to see it, I guess. And I am pretty sure I told the truth. I mean, I may have hidden some details since some of it is a bit too confidential. But aside from that, I think I was pretty transparent. I don't know. I guess not sure what could have even been interpreted in a bad way. But let's look at this first. I don't know. If you find me the timestamp on the stream, we might react to that as well. Sco's Untold Truth. I'm actually curious about this, because we didn't speak about this too much.
Hey guys, Sco here, and Preach has just released a video here called The First Fall of Method, Legacy of WoW. So I thought I'd watch it and give my own thoughts.
Seems more topical.
What he's saying about this this whole thing.
One of the most startling moments in raiding history took place. Over the course of 24 hours, the champions, the reigning, dominant, multi-year heroes method, lost practically their entire roster.
Wait. Okay, let's see. Let's see the roster. I guess this is the roster that was probably taken from like the Archimon kill, which was the most recent world first that we had before the Serenity split happened. Lots of old names here, guys. Actually, a few that I can't remember. I can't remember Gaunt. Let's see the rest. Yeah. So who's still playing today?
I wonder how many of it is account shared.
Zelia. Viklan's still playing, just not in any of the Race to World First guilds. Perfecto. Just Wait still does some stuff.
Not that I give a fuck about it. I'm just saying.
Brand,
back then, like, Avi used to do it as well.
That's it, actually. Or not.
As far as I know, the people that stuck with Method was Sco, Just Wait, Perfecto, and Roger. Everybody else left.
Not that many players still playing, guys, huh? I guess I'm still here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Five players still involved.
Jimmy, he's forgetting.
Barak was a really good
I mean, Viklan is playing, but in advance, he's not reading for World First.
healer, actually.
Practically their entire roster just vanished.
Not as good
Today,
as
ladies
Zelia,
and
though.
gentlemen, we're going to take you on a journey of one of the most pivotal moments in raiding history. This is the beginning of when everything changed.
Breach is looking good, by the way. Untold WoW
So what
histories,
happened then?
or
They were the champions. There was nowhere else to go. Well, unfortunately, as we have proven many, many times in this series, being at the very high end.
I mean, Paragon was out of way place to go, right? But I think they were 10 man and 25 man. I think there was nowhere else.
Guild, whatever, does not make you immune to the same.
Was Paragon 10 man on Archimont here? I don't even know. The difference, by the way, they Method 1 Archimont versus Paragon, the big difference was that Method used the radar VCAR, if people remember that. I don't know if Preach is going to get into that, but whereas Paragon did not have a radar VCAR. I think they went 10 man and VOD. What was 20 man? What was 20 man? Oh yeah, true. So then Paragon was 20 man as well. But no, they played Archimon. I know that for a fact. But I guess yeah, they lost. The big thing there was, like I said, they didn't have a VCAR for Archimon for the radar. Whereas Echo did. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Just opening the door quick, guys. Okay.
Problems that happen in your normal, casual, friendly raiding guild as well. You see, all these things have one thing in common. They're full of people. And people have all kinds of opinions on all kinds of things.
that is true, actually, guys. There's a lot to be said about managing a WoW guild at any level. Like, obviously, back in the day, it was like 40-man raiding. So you had like...
Bro, am I gonna listen to... I just realized the Preach video is like 30 minutes and this one is 45. Am I gonna listen to 30 minutes of SCO? Okay. Let's see. If it is not too interesting, I might cancel it.
What, 50, 60 people in the guild, including like a ton of like casuals and whatnot as well. But, you know, over time, obviously the raid...
The max one is 2 hours? Are you fucking serious? Did Max react to this video? How did Max add another hour and 15 minutes to this? He wasn't even in these... what was he even doing at that time? I don't even know what he was doing. React to Max's video. Ain't no way. Okay. Okay, Max or SCO? Type in the chat, guys. Okay. Holy shit. What? I think it's like 50-50. We need a poll. We need a poll. Okay. Mention Max or SCO video. Max, SCO. Alright, let's see. Now I'm gonna see the truth. Vote, vote, vote. Go, go, guys. Reacting to Max is too meme. Okay, we go with SCO, it seems. Yeah. Okay, we go with SCO. I don't even know what Max would add here. I think he probably just reacted because it's just like interesting and stream content for him. But I don't think he will add anything of proper value because he wasn't really like I don't think he was playing WoW back then. I don't even know. I guess it would be interesting to hear about that, but that's it. That pack's 90%. Yeah, my man. Okay, let's see it.
Size has dropped, but the management required is has obviously moved up a lot as the competition's gotten a lot tougher and tougher. And yeah, I mean, as you can imagine, when you're playing with some of the best players in the world, you know, there's a lot of interesting personalities over the years, a lot of egos. So yeah, it's
Definitely.
people management skills for like guild leaders and raid leaders and whatnot. And it's like, yeah.
It's very interesting. It's not like everybody is a problem child or anything, but and like some people, it's like they are complete soldiers, dude. You put them on the task, you won't hear anything from them. They will sit there for years in your team and just blast. It's insane, actually. Like someone like Revis, right? Revis was in my team before we even merged with Method. I think it was during MOP he joined. Like 3 tiers into REM or something. To this date, he is still just blasting guys. I have not heard any complaints from this guy. It's incredible. And then there are others, they join and, you know, during the trial period, most of them are passive. They don't have much to complain. But as soon as they get Raider or maybe like a year after, suddenly it's like bang, 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 bang. They have a problem with fucking everything. And it's insane. And you, at some point, like, you stop leading the guild. You're just babysitting this guy and responding to this guy. And it's like they are your CEO or something, you know? And it's just, at some point, it's just like, this makes no sense. Just fuck off, you know? But yeah, there is everything between that spectrum. Give names, no names, no names. No name. Only good names, examples. So Revis is a good example for sure. Let's see who else we have since a long time. Mason is not a long time, but he also is like, not only is he a pumper and just does his job, he also is just happy always. I've never seen Mason mad about anything. It's actually incredible. That is a really cool skill to have. Like, Mason can get along with fucking anyone, dude. It's insane. I love these kind of people. Just maybe too silent, but, you know, I guess maybe they have something in common. They're both silent. Yeah, I mean, most silent people are quite chill. Not all of them. Some silent people will go behind people's backs and just like DM from person to person, like, oh, this guy sucks. Man, they fucked it up again. I hate this shit place. Like, you'll have things like this. Perfecto, I wouldn't say Perfecto is always happy. That is not how I would describe him if I had to. But he's generally like, I wouldn't say happy, but like, what's the right word? He's like, he understands our decisions and like, you know, things might be No, it's like things may be rough at times, but he understands and he knows it is what it is, you know? So that's, it's nice. Ben de bir tane içtim ama bir tane daha içerim. Soğuk. Yok, diyecektim. Oh shit, guys, we got cold coffee on top of that for my wife. She wasn't here. I snuck in one warm coffee, and now she made me some special stuff. I don't even know what this is. His old Servo. I would say Servo is generally very happy and like tries to make things work as well. And Servo also has this responsibility that, like, if something goes wrong, like he tries to fix it himself as well to a degree. Depends on what it is, though. Yeah. But anyways, let's not go too crazy like person per person personalities here. But yeah, there is definitely, I wouldn't say call it high, like big egos necessarily, but very different kinds of people. Also, this is what I tell myself, but you need to think about it like this. And I don't mean it in a bad way necessarily, because I'm one of these people. we're all people in the team that didn't go out and worked really like full-time jobs ever. Most of us are people who were WoW addicted and like PC gaming addicted that turn into these esports players. So a lot of people lack the self-discipline to do things, or they don't want to deal with hardships because, or like if something is boring, right? Like let's say it's 10 hours into a boss strategy talk. At some point, you're like, fuck this shit, right? You know, there are people who went and studied or did full-time jobs where they had to deal with this kind of stuff. And then there are people who just been gaming all their life. So, okay, 10 hours may be too long, but it feels like 10 hours. And others are full gaming in their life, so they don't want to deal with this stuff. They just want to have fun. So it's definitely a bit harder because of that as well, I think. We all have aspects of our jobs we hate. It's life, though. Yeah, it's just these people didn't sign up to this as a job. They wanted to just have fun. And now it became a job somehow. And a lot of people can get lost in that a bit. Spoiled child? You could compare it to that, yeah. I mean, if you're comparing it to like third world, yeah, we're all spoiled children, I guess. You know, there's always harder lives and easier ones. To be fair, there are a few people in the world who could fully focus on 10 hours. I didn't mean actual 10-hour strategy, guys. Okay, let's keep going.
They probably have pretty good people management skills that are probably quite transferable actually as well. Like I remember when I applied for like my first internship, like at university.
Okay, sorry, I need to interrupt as well. A lot of people also think there's only one way to lead people. Like this, you do this, and then you're a good leader. There is so many ways. You can be incredibly strict. You can be like an angry leader. You can be a really soft guy that tries to help everyone and listen to their personal lives and whatever. You can be the logical guy and have no more mercy at certain situations. There's so many ways. And guys, it is fucking fine. Like the amount of times I was told like, this is not how a CEO should act. Are you a CEO? No. So shut the fuck up. Are you like owning a sick company or something? Like, what are you talking about? People have their own styles and it's fine. It's okay. I don't care how Skull leads this company. I don't care how Max does his shit. Like, just do your own shit and it's fine. I mean, it's not like they are flaming me, but you know, it's mostly like random fans and viewers or whatever. It's okay to have different styles and different personalities, guys. There's not one way to lead a group of people. You don't always have to be, I don't know, like the nicest leader, or you don't always have to be the strictest one. You're not, like sometimes you're allowed to joke. It's okay if you want to all the time joke. It's okay if you never want to joke. It's all fucking fine, okay? Yeah. And, you know, even though I think, you know, I try to act ethically, I also get if some leaders are unfair. Like, I try to stay as fair as possible. If somebody wants to be an unfair leader and try to make their path that way, okay, like, I don't care. Like, obviously, I wouldn't want to work in that company, but I don't give a fuck in the end. Yeah, like, it's their company. People, if they don't like it, they can leave. Or if it's against the law or something, just sue them. I don't fucking know. But a lot of people are like, no, a leader should act this way. How do you know? Well, why should I believe in that exactly? Do you believe this? Like, it's fine. I don't know. This is such a chaotic topic, and it's not like there is one way to do it right. But yeah, anyways.
To General Electric, I included my World of Warcraft Guildmaster experience on my CV, and we actually did talk about it a little bit in the interview, which was fun.
The landscape was changing. Now you guys are going to find this really ironic compared to what's happening these days.
True.
Sko posted in 2015. WoW raiding competition had become a two-horse race for a while.
Yeah, that is true, actually. And if you guys remember as well, Paragon were swapping to 10-man as well, right? So there wasn't
Coffee is
actually
sick.
going to be like some huge competition for.
Even though drinking with the straw feels very, I feel very feminine right now, but that's okay. We just exited Pride Month. These kind of things are normal.
Us, I guess you could say, moving into the next expansion after Archimond. So Vading was actually becoming, a little less competitive, I guess you could say, because we'd been quite dominant for a while with some of our world first kills. And Paragon went kind of on the decline, I guess you could say, like they were kind of disappearing. Basically because Paragon was a Finnish only guild, and so they obviously found it quite hard to continue to recruit Finnish only players. As people start getting older, as people start finishing university, and then they had to go and get a job or whatever. And this actually kind of probably leads into some of the stuff we're going to talk about in this video, actually.
I think it might also be that it's in decline because the top teams, they get more and more serious because they're competing with each other. And it's just with WoW in general, it is just hard to break into the hardcore scene. I mean, it is, I think, a general problem with any game that survives too long. Because as it survives, it keeps on adding more complexity. Even if the game does nothing, people just figure out new tech, new ways to think about it. Like, I'm sure even though, let's say, Counter-Strike did not change much, I'm sure the players right now are better than the players, I don't know, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I would think, because people find new technology to improve themselves. And I mean, it was like this before, but it is also like this now. It's hard to get into the scene. I mean, Method, I think, I have the feeling Method invested quite a bit to stay alive. Yeah. Also, obviously, Sko has a lot of like knowledge about how the scene works.
The core reasons, obviously, that I wanted to what do you want to call it, like try and convert Method from just a World of Warcraft guild into something more, was to actually ensure that Method would still be around in the future. Because obviously we're faced with the same issues, right? Like we play with these players who have been students or whatever, then if there's not anything more to help support them, then obviously they have to stop playing the game as well at some point, right? And for me, I created Method back in 2005. So at this point in time, this video is being talked about. This is 2015. So that's 10 years, guys. So Method was like my whole life, I guess you could say, outside of everything else that's going on. So my entire passion, I guess you could say, my baby. So I started Method in the last year of secondary school. So when I was like 17, I think, and then I did 2 university degrees for 7 years, just all the time, still playing and building Method, I guess you could say, working with the guild and everything. And then I started working full time as a financial analyst. And I kept working full time while still building Method.
I don't actually know what Sko was doing to build Method. Maybe he gets into that. I know they expanded into a lot of different games. Also, Esports and Twitch was in a different state when like this was going on, like during VOD and around that time. I have no idea. He gets to that, yeah. I'm sure it was a very different scene. Also, people like Method. Okay, I don't know if I can talk about this, but like back then, Twitch handed out some crazy contracts to people. I think this is pretty known. It's like where you were getting paid based on watched minutes, and you would get paid even based on your people in your Twitch team, and you didn't have to give that money to the people in your Twitch team. I think Method kind of used that, and this I can speak about because this is my speculation. They used that when we left Method sometime after. I think they were like mass inviting streamers to Method. I don't even know when this was, but at some point, do you guys remember where there was tons of streamers under the Method brand? Like, I don't know, Al Kaiser was in it, S-Fan was in it. There's just a lot of people, and Twitch was paying Method for those people's salaries in a way. It was really weird. I don't know why Twitch did that. I know it's over now, or I think at least it is over now. They don't do those kind of contracts anymore, at least. But yeah, it was a very weird time. Now they increased the ad revenue on Twitch, so you don't really do those contracts anymore.
But Method was like my passion, right? Method was the thing I cared about the most about. And so a lot of this was mostly about wanting to make sure like that Method was still going to be around in the future and not fade out of existence like so many guilds.
So crazy how big Skull was for the development of WoW rating. For sure, yeah. I mean, it's mainly the Uldia race. That's when it all changed.
That we had seen before. So, for example, you're looking at Paragon here, which was starting to fade out of existence at this point in time. But then look at the past, like other great guilds, Death and Taxes, Nihilum, Insidia. All these guilds have a similar issue in regards to just fading out of existence because they didn't make themselves into anything other than a World of Warcraft guild, so to speak, and they didn't. What's the right word? They didn't have a way to support their players, any further than just being players in the game, so to speak. And that's something that I realized that we'd have to do with Method if we want to keep Method around, because we were also having issues of people having to quit the game or finishing their studies, no longer being able to commit to the World First rating schedule, which was already starting to get quite busy back then.
Yeah, I remember when I got married, I wanted to start working. I mean, I had to start working because I needed to now provide, let's say, and have my own costs as well, not living with a family anymore. And I was very close to quitting. Basically, I had decided to quit, but then we decided to pay me, or Method decided to pay me to keep me going. Yeah. Still, not like a lot of money or anything, because I always asked for the minimum that I would need to keep going. But I did get that minimum, to be fair, which then later on it evolved to even more. But yeah, interesting times. That was like
so
8 years ago or something.
To make Method a bit more professional, bring ideally some sponsors and stuff on board, being able to support the players, to make sure that Method, either didn't just disappear overnight because we lost so many players to just IRL stuff, or to stop Method from just being absorbed, I guess you could say, by some other.
Yeah, that was a thing, I think. I'm trying to remember, but when Method started paying people, something was happening. I don't know. It was, I think it's when Limit started paying people. That's when Method also started paying people, I think. And it was a substantial amount as well, if you're considering that we're a 30-man guild. I don't know how they suddenly got that money that they didn't have before. I don't know how this worked out, but yeah, I was very surprised by how much Method was willing to give each player when they announced it. We'll preach let's go a little dirty in this video.
Larger esports organization, I wanted to try and keep Method around.
I don't even know what Preach. I've not watched anything of Preach so far. Can you give that number? No, I can't.
Of course.
Race for a while, which was unhealthy. And the raiders were being more and more burdened with requirements to raid. They were now having to keep up maybe 2 alts and alternate classes as Blizzard was stirring.
Wait, what? This is our spreadsheet. Why is this out there?
They wanted to.
Yeah, you see, it's crazy actually to think how much more extreme it's gotten since then, of course. But even back then, guys, when obviously there was nothing in the scene, so to speak, everyone was doing this purely from a passion perspective, right? So it did
Biff
start
in the
to feel
chat.
more of
What's
like
up,
a
dude?
job rather than just like pure fun of logging in for the raid and just performing at your best. Like everything was getting already a little bit more professional back then. Like if you guys remember, for example, like all the weak aura tech and everything that we used on Archimond, and just like Preach just said there, the requirement of a lot more alts, the farming requirements to make sure your characters were ready for raids. Like it was just getting a lot more intense, but there wasn't like any, I guess you could say, additional return for the players, so to speak. And at the same time, the competitive scene was also declining a little bit in regards to like other guilds being competitive. So there was kind of a lot going on in the background
to stop the blatant account sharing the racers were doing. And that's all well and good, but the big problem.
Wait, what about account sharing? I missed that.
Money. Business opportunities were creeping in and they were starting to get pretty lucrative. Okay, the fall.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the interesting part.
they were starting to get pretty lucrative. So this video is based about Serenity, right, before, like 2015. Actually,
This is a
business
juicy bit.
opportunities were really not lucrative back in 2015. Like sponsorships were incredibly small, and it was very difficult to get brands interested in a World of Warcraft guild, of course, right? I mean, this is a core reason why I tried to expand Method out into working, you know, with content creators, other, you know, teams that were in like competitive tournaments, like a PvP team, and also I think, yeah, maybe some other stuff.
Well, it's because it's not being streamed, guys, right? Like, you sponsored a race back then. What do you get? You're on a kill video. I mean, in comparison to now, that is fucking crazy. No one would give a shit about the kill video. Like, and it's just a logo placement. It's not even like a real ad. So, kind of crazy how big the difference was.
But yeah, there was really hardly any money in the scene back then. Like this, back in 2015, I was still working full time as a financial analyst, like I mentioned. So there was really not much going on. Like Twitch had only really been a big thing, or not a big thing, but only launched around like what, for 2011, 2012 for us. I think MOP launch was the first time that I ever started streaming, and back then it was only like once or twice a week. And to be honest, like maybe Preach talks about this in the video, we'll see, but there was so much resistance from the guild, like back then, to actually stream our raids and stuff like that. Even the farm raids, like it was like people hated streaming in the guild. So there was definitely a few clashes about that. Like basically they didn't want to stream our raids or whatever. Yeah, so we'll see.
I was actually one of the guys that really pushed for streaming the race as well, because it was at the time where we got the war first. We had gotten the war first already in the Helia on Helia, and then we had gotten, I think, another war first after that as well. I can't remember which one. What's the end boss of Legion? Was it Kill Jaden? I think so. I think on Kill Jaden we were so far ahead. Was it Argus? Oh no, okay, we got Kill Jaden and then also Argus, right? They were both in Legion, I think. KJ with TOS. That's also Legion though. So we had gotten already enough war first, let's say, and I was like, I want the next challenge, and I really like the idea of like, not only are we getting war first, at the same time we're fucking streaming it. I don't give a shit, and like it was like an achievement. You know how people chase the achievements of like getting 100 fish in the sea, or I don't know, all like the 200 mounts or whatever. This was my achievement that I wanted, and that's why I really pushed to stream all the arrays as well. Although there was some stuff that was unexpected that I can't speak about, unfortunately. This is what I'm going to speak about on my deathbed, dude. But yeah, it is what it is.
Isn't usually a snap thing. It's a combination of things over time that explodes. So let's set the scene for you. Over the past couple of years, the leadership of Method had changed a lot in terms of who was doing which task. Famously, incredible raid leader Kuznam had taken nearly all the raid management work. Officer Potham had become the primary organizer of the guild as a whole. Players such as Infield.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that comment, so to speak. Like the officer core was still the same as it had been for years. Like Kuznam was the raid leader before this as well. It was just a case of, I guess certain people like you mentioned there, like Kuznam and Potham with the Recore tech, maybe started doing it a little bit more. But I think the overall issue here was that like Kuznam, for example, and I guess Potham and a few others didn't really agree with the direction that we were taking things. So like I said, the whole direction I was trying to take was that we want Method to be around for, you know, years to come. We obviously want to, you know, try and build something a bit more sustainable where we can actually, you know, support players, so to speak. You know, try and keep the guild going, basically. And there was still a little bit of a pushback, I guess you could say, from Kuznam and co, who basically just wanted to play the game and, you know, not really take things much further than that, so to speak.
I don't know. Okay, So I can't, like, from what I've heard, right? I can't say this as a guarantee, but I am gonna guess that if the players thought that they are getting not used to get method ahead, and if they are gonna share all the money that will appear out of method growing, I have the feeling that they would have been fine with the direction, if that makes sense. I think even if it is not necessarily the case, I think probably that there was like rumors brewing that Method is using the players for their own gain, or for SCO's own gain. I don't think that's necessarily true, but I think it may have been the case. I'm not 100% on this though. I feel like I had heard things like that. That is just gonna be a lot fairer and stuff like that. Like I think fairness was a problem. Let's see how much money was it divided. Yeah, that's the thing. If you divide it between 20 or 25 people, it's almost nothing. But if one person takes it all, it becomes significant. And then if that person also wants to stream the race or the raids, then the people that are not getting anything are obviously not happy with it, right? It would be really interesting if Kuznam was to comment on this. We need a Kuznam react, dude, to this part. They didn't start paying raiders till they got poached. Dirty method. I don't think it's dirty, man. Like, in the end, if the players want to play the game and like SCO's making money off of this, like, it is what it is. Like, but then if people leave, then he also needs to understand that. So I don't think there's anything wrong with any of this. I don't care about it. Let's say, like, I don't think this makes SCO a bad person. If he even did do that, I don't even know if he did or to what degree. Happens normal. So yeah, I mean, tons. Every CEO that is like of big companies, right? Like, they obviously make a lot more money, or the owners of a company make more money oftentimes when the company is really successful. That's normal. I don't know. I wish I made more money, but we're gonna get there. I could already reacting to the second part of this video. Hungen. Holy moly. Rising from the ashes. Well place. I remember him, like, he was promoting Ashes of Creation or something at some point. What happened to that game, dude? What the fuck? Hungen is a go. Yeah, I really like Hungen. He talks shit sometimes, but he's just a nice guy. I don't know. I like him. Every time I see Spark Cooks, I know how bad I am in comparison. Shelly, what's up, man? Regular MMO scam. What?
But let's see.
Others were now add-on specialists, and more duties had begun filtering down to not just officers, but the members as well. The thing is, none of them were technically the leader of this ship. That, as most know, was
Wait. Okay. There's no way that my head is on Joffrey here, guys. Oren, is that Joffrey? Also, I had a lot more hair in this picture, guys. Yeah. Maybe I need to grow it back out again.
Go. SCO
nah, the long hair kind of sucked. This is better.
Further away from the WoW day-to-day guild activities.
So, in regards to this, that is kind of true, but it's not necessarily for the reason that he's, I guess you could say, insinuating here. It was obviously a combination of things, but honestly, guys, mostly it was because it was just crazy trying to obviously work full-time in finance, where you're doing obviously more than 40 hours a week in most places, and still trying to keep up with like the increasing grind of, you know, getting your characters ready, but at the same time then also being an officer, trying to, you know, manage the guild, and then at the same time trying to build Method into something more than a guild, like on, you know, in addition to that, right? So basically, that was definitely probably something that, yeah, impacted things.
And more into the brand. That
Yeah, I had a similar thing when I was studying, I was working, and also like trying to improve my guild. And that's when I lost a lot of hair. I didn't even notice it. And it was like for 1 year, I just blasted hard, and it was incredibly stressful, and I didn't realize it was stressful. And then I was like, what the fuck is happening to me? And then I quit. I was allowed to take thingy again, like a scholarship type of thing in Germany that you can get that you need to pay back. But I was able to get that again, and then I quit my job. And life was so much better, dude. It was insane. Holy fuck.
was Method and what its future held. The business prospects of
I think this was the 2014 BlizzCon, actually, if I'm not mistaken. There's Blatty, obviously Eon as well.
Eon is a baby back then, dude. Holy fuck.
Method. And I don't mean Method.
I worked as a
Wow.
computer scientist, as a
potential
coder, basically, software developer.
Esports org.
Wait, where am I on this? Wait, guys, they cut me out.
They had a pro CSGO team.
Okay, so the CSGO team that's being talked about here, you can see this is actually a clip from the Gfinity Elite Series. This is not until much later down the line, like years from now, I think. Like maybe like 16.
I wonder if these things made Method money.
17. So it's not like current footage. We did pick up like a US CS team, I think in 2015, but it was a very low like commitment, like investment. Again, this was like our I guess you could say our attempt to try and make Method more than just a WoW guild, right? So we want to be in the bigger picture, or in the conversation, I guess you could say, with brands when it came to, you know, working with brands. Obviously, they want to work with people who are giving them exposure, you know, whether it's content creators, whether it's, you know, winning tournaments or like pro teams. Because at that moment in time, we had very little actual content creators and, you know, almost no streaming presence in the Method Guild. Because we had very little streamers, and the guild itself really did not like streaming, like not even our farm raids. So actually, if you want to stream in the Method Guild, there was so much like pushback against it. Like you actually almost, in some cases, it felt like people who wanted to stream almost kind of got a little bit bullied in the guild. Like I guess I don't need to name names, but I think this has kind of been touched on in the past about some people not getting treated that well by certain people in the guild because they wanted to stream or they were streaming.
Still happens to Junji to this day, honestly. It's the reason for that also is because the streamers, they try to focus on entertaining their streams rather than playing the game, and that tilts people, right? Because you're kind of, as a streamer, using the players for your stream's entertainment. Like you're raiding there, let's say, right? It's a farm raid. Back then, farm raids actually got viewers. I mean, still does sometimes. And then there is people who are in that guild, especially people, let's say Kuznam, let's say they do a lot, right? And then you know that this guy, other guy, is monetizing you without even your permission, really. And on top of that, they are paying more attention to their chat than to their game. That often happens, and that's when people flame the streamers, of course. Or like they forget to. This is also a common thing. Still happens to the state. They forget to mute themselves on TS, and then they speak to their chat. And if that also happens at the same time as like the raid leader explaining a strategy or something, GG's, dude. Don't expect to not get hated after that.
So there was kind of a negative environment towards streaming, which at the same time made it almost impossible to actually get people interested in the Method Guild because, you know, outside of our competitive success, which a lot of people weren't caring that much about in regards to World of Warcraft at the time, because we didn't, obviously there was no race to World first.
Sometimes I get a bit jealous, maybe that make money from this. I actually don't know how much streamers back then made, but it could be jealousy as well. But I think if it had nothing to do with you, right? If let's say someone like the raid ends, they go and stream and they are, I don't know, doing some sort of content that's unrelated to the raid or whatever. I don't think anybody would care because it's like you having a good job, right? But the problem is when they use you, the streamers, for the content. Like, for example, I also, before I'm going to do the next Raider review, I asked the whole team if anyone has a problem with it. I wouldn't have done it otherwise, because I can understand it if they're like, okay, Scrub is going to talk shit about me, make money, and I'm sitting here, right? I get that people don't want that. So that's why I asked the whole team if everyone's fine with it. But yeah, I understand it. I think the streamers need to find a way where they are not hated. They need to respect the time of the guild, and not use them for personal gains.
Like actually being streamed or anything. We also had very little content creators.
And WoW PvP teams. As such, new and uncomfortable terms started to be thrown around, like streaming. Completely ridiculous. Now remember, this was 2015.
Yeah.
The first broadcasted Race to World First wasn't until September 2018.
Yeah, so I try to do quite a bit of streaming, guys, because obviously, like I said, I'm trying to position Method in a certain way to make sure Method it was lasting, long into the future. And again, this caused a bit of issues in the guild. Like people didn't really agree with it, right? Like that's definitely one of the underlying concerns, I guess, that some people had. Also, at this point in time, I was only streaming like once or twice a week, to be honest.
Like I said, I don't think it's just about people not wanting Method to live long. It's more the fact that they are not getting anything out of it. If Sko was streaming and sharing every income he gets with the whole team, people would be okay. I think people would be fine with it, right? But I understand he doesn't have to do that as well. To be clear, it's just I don't think it's just that, right? He's a bit making it seem like people just wanted to be kids and play, and that's it. I don't think it's just that. Let's say. Where he finds her working a real job, managing a guild and streaming. I don't know if you saw the things, but back then he got fat a bit, and he stopped managing the guild properly, which is why the people left. So he was just working and trying to keep up, but struggling to keep up on those other aspects of life, which is normal. I mean, you can't do everything. Streams are distracted as if you had permanent TikTok on your phone running on the side while rating. Why would I want to play with that? Yeah, I mean, this is true, yeah. As you're streaming his recruitment game, that not paying attention part can be annoying, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, it's not paying attention part, yeah. That's main. I think that's the main thing, and it's also a bit of a different atmosphere when you stream, especially the voice comms. Sometimes like people try to be extra funny for the stream. I don't know if that makes sense. Like they try to be the class clown a little bit, like expecting reactions from chat, which is nothing wrong with that. I do that as well. Like it's fine. It's funny. Clip farm, yeah, exactly. And sometimes you just miss being with the boys and just gaming. We sometimes do like no stream rates just for fun and just for a different atmosphere. And it is a different atmosphere. It's, both are fun, I think. I don't think the streaming is not fun either. It's just, when you just do the one thing, you sometimes miss the other.
Experience with, and I've
Thank you,
talked about it a
Ludvero.
few times. When I joined Method for the second time, I was a young, up-and-coming YouTuber.
Preach was a
making
Method, by the
stuff-ass
way.
videos with a bad microphone in a backroom bedroom.
Nice model.
But I did make videos, and after my very first raid coming back to Method, I made a video talking about that raid. The very next day, that video was now on the front page of the Method website. This actually caused me a lot of heat with the guild. People were under the assumption.
Yeah, so you see, he actually mentions that there are two guys, right?
Really?
The guild, a lot of the guild in general, it's so weird to say, but they were against like content creation, like streaming, creating content about like the guild or whatever. Yeah, like that was just a big divide, I guess you'd say. It's just a different...
Yeah, I talked about the history of Rem in BFA once on stream. People were quite interested. I could make a video about that. It's just yeah. I need to remember some things as well. I need to like work on it because it's a long time ago. I forgot a lot of things. But that would be interesting. Yeah. A lot of stories, a lot of things happened. Actually wild. I don't know of any other thing in my life that lasted as long as my WoW history or career, I guess. Kind of crazy. You raid with... No, I never raided with him, no. I never even spoke to him. There was a massive rivalry when he was still playing though, and even though we never like met each other or talked to each other, like there was yeah, there was just like this intense atmosphere, let's say, or intense thing between him and me, you know. At least that's how I felt. I don't know if he felt the same way, but I would think so, because we were both the raid leaders, and it was very competitive, very. 15-minute time. I don't know if it on YouTube would go hard. Yeah, maybe. That's hard to put it into 15 minutes. But yeah, let's see.
Mindset, right? Like I understand obviously why some people would want to do that and want to just play the game, then just stop playing it, whatever. But for me, like I said, I was really trying to make sure that Method was going to be around in the years to come, right? So we had to try and build it into something more than just a WoW guild. Otherwise, Method was going to fade out of existence in the next few years. Like it's just inevitable. Like every other WoW guild.
I wonder what he's gonna say about the Rem merge.
That I had been brought back because of my YouTube presence. I was there to bring attention and eyeballs to Method. That wasn't the case at all, and I wanted to prove myself. And they hadn't asked permission. So I sent a message saying, you guys need to take that video down, and you need to ask me if you want to use my content that way. Now, in their defense, they did. They took it down immediately and never did anything else. However,
I actually don't remember this particular incident that he's talking about, but he obviously, you know, it's his video, so it probably definitely happened.
I was then called into a meeting with Method management. I thought I was in trouble. But no, I was called into a meeting to discuss Method's future branding opportunities and revenue streams through YouTube, how they could grow their brand that way.
Okay.
As you can see,
I actually, again, I don't remember that specific conversation, but Preach obviously remembers it probably quite well, so I'm sure again that probably happened.
Idea of branding, growth, and marketing has been a big push internally at Method for a very long time, because that was in 2012. So in the months leading to the breakup, cliques were forming, as they do with most people not being interested in the Method brand, marketing, PvP teams, and so on.
Yeah, exactly. So he kind of touches on here what I was saying before, right? Like there's certain people in the guild, including, you know, people like Kuznam, for example, who only want to play the game, right? Like didn't want to really build Method into anything other than just the WoW guild. And like I said, that was obviously a difference in opinion that he and a few others shared, and that was obviously one of the main reasons why ultimately the Serenity split happened. Really, just a difference in opinion about what the next step should be for like the guild in general and the wider like Method organization.
And certainly not streaming.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is what they wanted just not streaming? Was that it? I don't know if that was the only difference in opinion, I guess. But yeah, this click thing is definitely something that exists. I don't know why it's so common. It can be people from the same nationality. That happens more often as well. And nothing wrong with, let's say, I don't know what the definition of a clique is, but the problem is when they are like having a good group of friends in a guild is no problem, right? But the problem is when they are sitting there and just flaming other people that are not in that group, which is something that happens. Yeah, I never understood this, but it is a very common thing, and I don't notice them as much as well. But other people, like, I always hear about this from the other people that like these people exist and this guy is in this clique and this guy is in that clique, and I'm like, okay, kind of crazy. I don't know what the fuck is going on. This is something in general, I think like people's relationships with each other and all this kind of stuff, I don't care too much about, and I'm not too interested in it either. I don't know. That sounds a bit weird when I say like this, but I don't care who hangs around with who or talks about what. I just care about the result in the end. I do care about how they talk to me and publicly, but like I wouldn't notice if someone is really good friends with someone else in the team. And I wouldn't also notice or be interested in it if they are shit talking some other player, unless I am made like unless they're doing it publicly, right? Like in a way that that player knows, and like it's in the guild or something, and I'll be like, what the fuck is going on? But like what they do in their whispers and DMs, I wouldn't notice this, but a lot of times when people bring it up, I will have like no idea. Wait, really? Like these guys just, hate on this guy for what? What? It's so weird. I'm gonna be the last person that will notice these kind of things always in the officer team as well. Like it's really weird. But yeah, apparently it's a thing. I think maybe they're also hiding it from me more. I don't know.
Progression. At the same time, not being happy.
This was such a nice boss. I love this phase, dude. This was a secret phase, guys. So this whole part, like in this twisting nether part, was not existing on heroic, and back then, people didn't stream the race. So when we got here, no one else, like there was no video or anything. So it was full blind raiding. It felt like Final Fantasy, dude. I wish we could go back to those days. I'm telling you, if you guys are still rating in like the top 10 or something like this, guys, Fat Shark, yes, I don't know, Advance, or like all these people, or Northern Sky or something, if you, like, I don't know, either I would go for War first, right? Or I would much more recommend not doing any PTR testing, not watching any streams, and just playing the raid blind. I think you're gonna have a million times more fun doing this. It will be so nice. Oh, Viklund in the chat, dude. Yo, what's up, Viklund? We were talking about you just a second ago as well, and I saw you in the roster. When Viklund released the video, guys, I got flamed so much. Why is Viklund doing so much DPS, Scribe? Bro, I was raid leading and I was struggling, and also I wasn't like min-maxing the DPS. I was just doing what is important. I was like almost bottom DPS on this fight in my guild. But Viklund's doing so much. Okay, dude. Fuck my life. I don't hear Viklund raid leading though, It was back then a different time. I'd rather blind Destiny or Final Fantasy 14. Blind WoW seems to torture outside of War first. No, it's not. Blind WoW is quite a lot of fun, because that's what we did always back then, so I know about it. It was really fun. The only thing is like the add-ons, and they're removing that soon, so we're chilling, boys. 20th man still exists. Yeah, dude.
That as they saw it, they were doing most of the work for Method Guild, which was making the money. But the money appeared to be flowing to mostly one person.
Ooh. Let's... Oh, Preach said it. Holy shit. I just said it might be the case. I didn't know. Preach just said it. Ghostface after seeing this. Not like this. Ain't no way. None of us. I don't know if this is the truth. At least back then. I mean, I don't know anything technically. So let's see.
Okay,
that's
is. I mean, that statement is just, I don't know. That's definitely. I mean, in my opinion, of course, total nonsense. Like, that didn't.
Any comments, Viklund? Viklund was actually in the team back then, so he would know, and I think he was also close with the Serenity guys more. Yeah, if you have any comments, we'll take it. If not, that's fine as well.
Actually happened again in 2015. The money involved in like the guild and like the wider method like activities was so small, and at the same time, like I mentioned, just up until what it was, I think August 2015, I was still working full time.
I mean, the impression back then was that he was getting a lot of money. Yeah, the thing is, he's saying small, right? But let's say the guild is making, I don't know, 2K per month. Even that was something, and obviously, if people don't see anything of that and it goes to one person, I don't know if it's 2K. I don't know what it is, right? I'm just making shit up. But maybe it was a small amount, but it's still significant to the people that are playing. Could be as well. So SCO doesn't necessarily need to be lying here, but it might still be something the guys didn't want. I wish I would know as well. I don't think anyone knows here how much back then sponsors were paying. I don't know. I guess like Paragon had sponsors maybe as well, 1 or 2 here and there. I wonder how much they got paid back then, or if they got paid anything. You guys have any idea roughly how much it was making? Because he said it was negligible amount, small.
And then after that, when I stopped working full time, basically any money I was able to make was basically from, you know, the content creation in terms of like streaming on Twitch or similar. In terms of money from Method, it was so small, and it was any money was basically reinvested into the org or to the players and whatnot, right? So
yeah, I think that was also something that players may have had a problem with, is that if Method got the money from the WoW team, it's kind of what Blizzard did as well. You get the money from the WoW team, but then you invest it into Method. You're not like eating, you're not driving a Lambo yourself, but you invested to create a CS team, to, I don't know, create a Hearthstone team or whatever, Heroes of the Storm team, whatever it is, right? This is also something the players would not like. We were very careful with that when we were starting like our Final Fantasy adventures or Destiny stuff as well. Like we made sure we're not taking money from the WoW team, because we don't want that perception that people think we're taking the money they earned in a way and putting it into other places.
Yeah, I think that's a big misconception.
You just want,
like, maybe even at some point in time, guys, like, it would be interesting to talk about how much money Method actually has made over the years, because it would be quite surprising to a lot of people that most of it has, I mean, of course, it's just been reinvested in things like, even like, for example, the Race World first popping off and whatnot.
Also, Method makes some sort of money from places I have no fucking clue, guys. I don't know. Method, they own Vago. I don't know how much they're making from there. They have the guides on their website. I've never checked the Method guide on a class. I don't know. I don't know if they are good or if they make any money. I know they made guides for Warcraft Rumble, I think. Yeah. These kind of things, I don't know. They are doing things. I have no idea how much money these things make. It's very different. I know they are now partnered with a crypto called Floki. I don't know what the hell that is. There's apparently a game as well that is related to it. People are streaming this game. At some point, they had this whole Method crypto thing. Like, they had a separate channel with it even. And it had no viewers ever, I think. But I heard they made some money from crypto. I don't know what the hell Method is doing. It's doing all kinds of stuff. But it seems to be working out for them. If I could get a gambling sponsorship, would you take it? No, we don't do gambling. That being said, I just want to clarify, right? People think like streaming on Kick is really bad as well. I do not think it's bad at all, as long as you don't promote gambling on or have gambling ads on your stream. So maybe I'm like my brain is working differently there. I do not care that a company is owned by people that have another company that does gambling. I do not give a fuck. If Kick's owners, they owned, I don't know, porn companies and gambling companies and alcohol and everything that I don't like, and they do weird shit, I would not care, because Kick, I see it as a separate entity. And if they're not promoting this stuff on my stream, I don't care. I know it's a lot very different to what other people think. Some people will think this is really bad. I don't care about it. If you go by that logic, Twitch owners have sweatshops. I don't even know what a sweatshop is. But indeed, I do not care about it if they do own it. Do you have any plans to stream race on multiple platforms? Yeah, we might stream. In fact, we might stream on Kick as well next year. I don't know. We'll see. But we are already streaming to YouTube. We want to do Twitter as well. It's just that Twitter is a bit like low quality, and I don't really know how it works. There's no way to monetize it directly, at least. There are some deals you can do with Twitter apparently, which we might look into, but it's weird. But I do not care if Twitter is owned by Elon Musk and like I don't agree with Elon Musk's political views or something. I do not give a fuck about him. Like it's fine. I don't mind streaming on Twitter, TLDR. Yeah. Same with TikTok. If they're owned by the Chinese government and they do weird shit, I don't. I mean, they're not owned by the Chinese government. They are owned by a company in China. But I guess that might be the same thing. I don't know at this point. Yeah, I do not care, TLDR. As long as I'm not like directly promoting something bad, I don't care. Ni hao, yeah. Send Elon a Venmo for $400 per stream. Yeah, no, but yeah, we do want to multi-stream to more platforms. The really cool thing with Kick is that there is no ads on Kick, and you still make money, and that's great because they're investing a lot of money. It's like back then when Mixer started, right? They were just throwing around money. That's Kick right now. They're just throwing around money. It's crazy, and their hope is to get, I'm guessing, the money back eventually. But right now, there's no way they're making money back. But his scopes in the chat as well. We can't flame him too much, guys. But for most, I didn't say a single thing bad about you, Scope. Don't worry about it. But for most of us leaving, we just wanted to stay with our friends. A lot of people in Serenity to mind the method expansion. Yeah, I know Roger was really against the split. Like I think Roger had like an ethical problem with it. The fact that people wanted to leave rather than to discuss. Like, actually, Roger could give some really interesting opinions on this. I remember he had like a strict view on it. Let's go is here. Everybody run away. Everyone's scattered, dude. He's struck around. What a champion. Yeah. I think like he had his own views as well, and he may have not agreed with Sko or with Kuznam or whatever. It's just that he didn't like the fact that people just left. He really wanted people to just find a middle ground in a way. I think, but yeah, it's been a long time since we chatted about it with him. Roger reacts, subscribe. Yeah, we need Roger to become a content creator. Man, when we made this team, the idea was that the Roger streams as well, but yeah, there was not enough time in the day, and he doesn't want to push himself too much. I think. I mean, even I am now streaming once or twice per week. Okay. Yeah, let's see.
You guys wouldn't believe how long it took for brands to kind of catch up and understand like the size and scale of that opportunity. While of course like the putting on the events and everything extremely expensive and so on. But I think there's always this misconception, I guess.
I mean, that's another thing. Even like I have a rough idea of how much Method may have made with the events. Still only rough, but the question is like, at the time where streaming was not a thing of the race, that I have no idea about how much they were making. But doesn't sound, it's definitely not a lot. It's just, you know, compared to nothing, people might still be jealous and not like it, right? Has managed to benefit from most of the upside of for first way. If you want the true story, is this the resource taking off in terms of brands? He made Echo. Oh, dude, I wish I did, dude. I wish I did benefit the most. I don't think so. I think the biggest guy that benefited the most is Max, for sure. And you know it now. Just got an ad count here. Unlock. Gotta be a subscriber. It's definitely Max, I would say. He didn't even make a real company. Just made good deals with big brands. GG's. And then became famous because he was the only POV on their team. I mean, obviously he worked together first, right? But we all do that in a way. But I think Max got the juiciest deal for sure. Yeah, I have no idea. Max got the Honda money. Yeah, rip Honda, dude. Never forget MVP True Fire. Yeah, True Fire, what the fuck? I'm fired up, I mean. True Fire is our analyst. Max is also a very good streamer as well. Yeah, of course. He he fits what people want to watch a lot. I don't think he was as good in the past, but he got better and better, right? Just doing it. No Honda MVP tweets. Yeah, dude. Our new social media manager came to us with an idea like, oh, we could do tweets and we could do like MVP of the day and then sponsored by a certain sponsor. I'm like, yeah, there was some, funny thing you say that. There was a case in the past that didn't go so well with that. I have to explain him the lore. The nice car, the Mustang, was until 2017, bro, and that was from poker winnings, if you remember, Unibet. Oh yeah, there was some poker shenanigans as well Method was doing. That's true.
You could say that there's a ton of money and it's, people aren't seeing it, so to speak.
To game, push world first with their friends, and not be a part of some big corporation.
Okay. I get not. At least I'm not jumping this time, guys. But I guess they're indicating that meant to be Galliwix here speaking to like the officers, and we know what happens in this cutscene. This is actually one of the few cutscenes in the recent patches that I have actually seen. Right.
The clearest public example of this came from member Tegu, who posted this when he left. I was quite disappointed how the guild meeting went last night, and how much was talked about.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. This goes back to the misconception from some of the players that there was a lot of money flowing into the org and that they weren't seeing enough of it, so to speak. Again, that just didn't happen in reality. But it's very difficult to actually change someone's opinion about that, so to speak. But ultimately, again,
like then people used forums about these topics. It's crazy.
Like the thought process behind this is, of course, let's try and make Method into more of a guild. Let's ideally, do more content creation, get more streamers interested in actually streaming. Let's work with some content creators. Let's work with some other teams, like YPUP and so on, so that we can actually attract sponsors. Then, of course, once we attract sponsors, we can push more money back into the guild, and we can actually, give people an incentive, like to actually stay around, right? Like, so we be able to stop players from like quitting the game or whatever, right? Like some of our best players that would allow us to still be competitive and actually really still push Method as a world first rating guild. We'd make sure that Method had longevity. We'd make sure that we didn't get absorbed by like another, esports organization or just fade out of existence. And historically, like this has happened so many times that we've only been able to keep like some of the best players around because we were able to offer them like additional incentives or, compensation, so to speak. Like there's actually like, even for example, Scripe, like, when he was very leading Method, like there was actually
I did speak about that
instances where Skype would have just quit the game full out if we weren't actually able to, of course, compensate him, for the time that
guys. Back then, I was also like Maris mode fully, and it was crazy, dude. I was doing so much; it was insane. Yeah, and also like I think only Roger could have done it in game raid leading, but I was doing outside of the in-game raid leading tons of shit. So I think, basically Method didn't want to lose me as well. I wasn't even there with the goal to get more money. Like I actually was there informing them that I'm quitting. And then I remember Sko saying, how much do we have to pay you so that you don't quit? And that's when I'm like, well, I didn't even think about it, yeah. So that was definitely interesting times.
he was putting into the game and everything because he had to get a job or whatever, right? Like that's a situation that.
And there's no way I could have done it with a job. I knew that because I was spending crazy time.
Often, you guys can imagine now in the professional scene that we're in right now, it's always impossible to kind of imagine what we're talking about here. But there was a big gap there.
About money.
But this was after the REM merge. I mean, to be clear, like before this, I was not in the team, right? So I don't know any of what was happening here. Later on, we also. Oh, okay, let's talk about that when we are at the REM merge state. There's some interesting stories there as well. Some of which is not even method related, let's say, directly.
This was a part of the exodus of every single member and officer of Method, excluding just two.
Fragments.
Just wait.
I see Fragments' name there. Like Fragments has left Method and rejoined Method. Honestly, guys, at this point in time, like 4 times. It's actually wild. Love the guy though.
Roger Brown. And of course, Sko.
The Perfecto as well.
There's someone missing here, actually. I'm pretty sure Perfecto was still part of the team as well. Like, I don't think Perfecto left.
The entire roster left within a few hours.
Also, Slootbag joined Serenity, guys. That was a real sore point for me, actually. Like, I've talked to Slootbag, obviously, since then. But Slootbag was meant to join Method just before this kind of happened, right? Like, me and Slootbag were pretty close. Like, we hung out all the time at, like, BlizzCon, blah, blah. And Slootbag was actually meant to join Method. Then obviously when the Serenity stuff happened, he went to join Serenity instead. And so that was like that felt like a real sore spot, to be fair. But it's all water under the bridge, guys. Obviously it was this
Water under the bridge because Serenity disbanded and Method won against them. But if it was the other way around, I don't know, guys.
the sore spot, of course, was that the guild had just decided that they wanted to go and do their own thing with Serenity. That was obviously a much bigger thing. Yes.
I think Slootbag was also really close with Kuznam. I do remember that. So it makes sense that he joins them.
So.
Hours. This, of course, led
Kuznam really liked Slootbag. I remember all this.
to the internet meme of Sko was the problem. But was that true?
True. Sko was the problem. Was a long ass meme. Yeah, that lasted for a long
few hours
time.
After the Exodus, Sko.
Okay, so here's actually my statement that I made, guys. Let's see. As you're probably aware, there are big changes happening Method. A lot of issues at play that caused this. Some more complex than others. Been a pretty bad atmosphere, strained relationships in Method. And while in the past, the unified goal of pushing for World First has kept the guild together, this is evidently no longer the case. In short, very basic summary of issues that caused the separation. So World of Warcraft, hardcore rating in decline, lack of competition, the efforts required to raid at hardcore level is not necessarily enjoyed as much as it previously was. I kind of mentioned that already. People are motivated by different things.
Back then, we didn't even have PTR tests, or did we actually? Oh, maybe, I think, no, we did. Yeah, no, we did. What am I talking about? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it was actually quite a lot of effort. If there was no PTR test, it wouldn't have been that bad, but yeah.
At various levels, and as always, external factors like money involved. Yeah, we talked about that. Lack of leadership. The members' faith in the officer team's ability to lead due to motivation and drive wasn't at its strongest. Over time, there's been a transfer of power between the officer teams and the members. For example, raid leading was done by Kuznam, and certain other activities were being organized by members.
The weird thing with Kuznam also was that he was, he left Method and went on break so many times, I feel like. I always remember, Kuznam was not playing this tier, and then he was playing that tier, and when he was gone, it was Roger who would take over to raid lead as well.
Yeah, so this is also, I mentioned that earlier, right? Like previously.
Was it 2015 Reptile Movement and Method merged? Yeah, basically after the disband. I mean, we're gonna get there. No spoilers, man. Come on.
Fortunately, key people such as Kuznam, raid leader, and Parham, the guy who organized a lot of the Archimon stuff, including like the WeCore tech and stuff, have decided they'd rather start fresh in a new guild alongside those that they closely associate with. So basically, guys, the problem that you have here when the guild obviously follows generally the raid leader, right? So when Kuznam and a couple of his a handful of his close, I guess you could say, buddies decide they want to do something, then obviously most people are going to follow the raid leader because they think that's what makes the most sense, right? Like they're used to obviously that person being the leader of the guild. So yeah, as I say here, many members will obviously follow the raid leader, which is understandable. Yeah. So in regards to the future of Method, zero intentional Method guild die. We're going to use the resource at disposal to rebuild the guild. And I already started speaking to people really quickly after this. I spoke to a lot of people, obviously, guys. I was never going to give up on Method, right? Like it's something that I was building at that point in time for over 10 years. And I was so determined to make sure that Method existed into the future, which was my motivation.
I don't know what other options there was aside from Rem, but I remember when talking to Scott, he was quite calm about the situation. I was actually surprised. It seemed to me more like that he didn't care almost, but I mean, thinking about it now, like there's no way he didn't care.
Drive for a lot of this prior to even the guild split, right? So
you want to try this in new DLC for day one, right? I did want to try it, man, but I didn't get people to join. Everyone is like, they don't want to think about a different game when they're preparing for the race. But we might try it after the race is over, just for fun more. I mean, to farm less as well. But yeah, I would have much rather played day one. Sadly, will not happen. I'm also probably better for my health.
There's also even talk here at the bottom about investigating the possibility of streaming the entire progression, because again, that was an idea to really try and incite, I guess you could say, a lot more interest and excitement into the raiding side of things again, while also being able to create a lot of content and like attract, hopefully, you know, eventually sponsors and brands to be interested in what we're doing, which will allow us to obviously secure Method's longevity and actually, you know, give back to the team and the players to keep them around.
Took to Facebook to give his side. In that post, it is confirmed the issues mentioned above and that he was indeed pushing in 2015 for Method to start streaming the Race to World First. Dudes, the idea of streaming the race in 2016 is completely insane. I know it's normal to you now, but you've got to look back then.
Yes and no. Yes, because streaming was still quite early in World of Warcraft back then, but it was starting to pick up a lot of traction. Like obviously we had quite a few streamers by 2015, I guess you could say, or at least some people in the guild were streaming, which I mentioned before wasn't always seen that positively by the guild. However, there wasn't actually that much competition for us either, right? So this was actually an opportunity again for us to, you know, stream, probably still win, and at the same time, you know, get people interested in what we're doing. So it was definitely something to consider even back then.
Streaming had just begun to exist.
Yeah, I think competitively you could do it, but the problem is, like, unless you're able to monetize it and you're telling players that, you know, they're gonna get each, I don't know, 2K after the tier, then why would they want to do that, right? They're there to win. Why should they stream and lose their chances of winning for no reason? I think that's, again, the big reason that people wouldn't want to do it.
But what's funny is that actually when Serenity obviously was formed, and then we had to compete against Serenity with Method, then streaming obviously had to be put on the back burner, because again, if Serenity wasn't going to stream, then obviously we couldn't stream, because that all of a sudden we had like tough competition in the raiding scene again. So that was why it was put on the back burner, guys, until what, like you Preach mentioned earlier in the video, like September 2018.
And the idea of the average WoW.
Yeah, it was insanely competitive. I remember I never saw like people like Sko being this happy that we were getting Ward second. On Emerald Nightmare, Ward first was taken by Exorsus, and we got Ward second. And he was so fucking happy, dude. It was insane. He was memeing Serenity. I don't know if you guys saw the meme post, because you know, they got Ward third, and this was like unimaginable. The fact that we beat Serenity, I'm gonna get to it after the merge part again, but guys, almost every day I'm logged into WoW, I would get a DM or even letters in game that we are fake Method and that we're gonna lose and that we suck. Like, I did not even exist. Okay, like, my presence was unknown. I had no Twitter, I had no YouTube, Twitch, nothing existed. People would still find me and DM me because I was in Method. It was fucking crazy. And that is one of the things that gave me so much energy and motivation to beat Serenity as well later on. Because I was like, fuck these guys, dude, I'm gonna win. Even though we got Ward second, I was also so happy that we won against Serenity.
Player wanting to sit in front of a camera with microphones on all day, every day, was extremely uncomfortable. So it is no surprise that a lot of the guild were against this idea.
I mean, you didn't have to stream with cameras on, but yeah, I think people just didn't want to lose the competitive edge for no reason.
In September 2015, an announcement was made. A new guild, a new dream was coming. Serenity had arrived.
Oh, dude, Serenity trailer, like, announcement video went hard, though. That was quite epic.
Comprising practically all the...
You actually can't imagine, by the way, guys, like, I don't know, man. Like, when the Serenity split happened and they created the new Serenity Guild, like, yeah, it definitely sucked a lot. Like, because, like I said, a lot of, like, players that I played with for quite a few years...
Oh, you see Gingy joining.
...had actually followed, you know, Kuznam and Co. to create Serenity. And yeah, it really sucked. Like, it really...
Wait, Dota joined back then as well. Holy shit, I didn't remember this.
...sucked. Like, obviously, you can imagine, like, how it felt for me, so to speak. It was really rough, actually. Yeah.
Victor, do you think that if you won a tier, that you wouldn't have disbanded Serenity? I'm quite curious.
Former Method World First Raiders, and now including some fresh up-and-coming players who might be decent.
You're disbanding no matter what, I see.
They had a chance. They had done some good challenge mode times in Mists of Pandaria.
That's so weird though, like, because I think the big reason for the disband was Kusanam being busy IRL, right? Like, I'm wondering why the fuck did he make the guild if he was gonna go busy IRL anyways after like within 1.5, 2 years or whatever it was. Like, people might as well just stay in Method. I don't know. I was surprised about that reasoning, let's say. This wasn't a guild with Pillar. Oh, I'm not even close to first rating.
Like this Gingy guy, whoever he was.
Okay.
Serenity was to be a no BS, no fluff, just gamers with skill and experience going in.
What's interesting, actually, guys, is that Gingy, Deep Shades, Fragments, and I think it was Lozelle at the time, they were the first 4 guys to come to Method after the Serenity split. So they were the first 4 that kind of jumped back into Method. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, Lozelle, this guy, incredible. Lozelle, do you right? So we took him along with the other guys, and we made sure that everyone, because back then you had to say this, people were idiots. You had to say, listen, you're a trial, you might get benched, and you might be benched for the whole tier potentially. That is just how things work. And you need to be okay with that. Are you okay with this? Or are you going to have a problem? Because then might as well not join. We can't rely on people that are going to quit if they get benched. He said, yeah, I'm okay with it. And then he got benched and he quit. This guy, like, he didn't quit after the tier. He quit immediately. Like, complete idiot. Dude, I don't know. I've not seen this a lot in this scene, let's say. It was incredible, dude. Like, that is why we always incorporated this question to our, like, recruitment. And then people, maybe they had an issue with it. They might be mad. They might be, like, typing you, like, why I should be in the raid, right? I get this a lot. Like, long paragraph, yeah, I should be in the raid because this guy's actually worse than me. I prepared a lot. I'm the best player, everything. But yeah, it's fine. You know, in the end, they stay. And then after the tier, we can discuss it. They might leave. They might not. It is what it is. But yeah, this guy, absolutely fucking crazy, bro. Complete loser behavior. I never seen something like this. And yeah. I've had other stories as well of people in the team, but yeah, this was just like so directly doing the opposite of what they said. I've had other people, like we've had people who, we had a warrior that got incredibly good gear on actually the tier where the Method disbanded on Archimond, and warriors were insane on Archimond. You may have seen, like, above Viklund there on the meter, there was warriors. They were fucking crazy. And also they did the damage that was also, like, really good as well. Because you had to kill this ad and they were destroying that ad. And that guy, we had the best geared warrior in the world. We geared him up. And then he sold his character. Yeah. He just straight up sold his character. That is... I wish we had Revison Warrior instead, but we did not have it back then. And you might think, well, why do you have this guy in your guild? Rem, my guild back then, was close to a disband before the tier, and we had to recruit people, and we were very, very desperate. I'm very in bold. And what we did, and it was a gamble, it was a thing that we were forced to do. Nogi back then had a guild called New Horizon or Event Horizon or something. And this was known to be a toxic guild, okay? But we really needed players. And this guild disbanded. And we took, dude, I have to puke almost thinking about it. We took like 10 players from them or something. And guys, Like half of these players, complete like problem childs. It was fucking horrible, man, having these people in the team. That Archimon tier, he got the highest world rank, but it was the worst tier of my life. I cannot explain to you how disgusted I was by this. The whole guild atmosphere was complete garbage. You will see in our kill video, there's a guy yelling at us, fuck you, nonstop, because he hated us so much. And even that guy did not quit and sell his character. So, crazy, right? What people do. It is wild. But anyways, yeah, Lazel, not a nice guy. Definitely not.
Ass.
I'm surprised people play with him still. I know he's playing in some guild. I don't know which one. I'm very shocked that anyone wants to be associated with this person. It's also not just this. Like, this guy is just complete weirdo. I'm actually shocked. But who knows? Maybe he changed.
This team has everything, right? They have veterans who have a massive history of getting raced to world first. They have seen the light before, and now they're free. They're free of corporate overlords. They're free of...
I mean, listen, I would hardly call it corporate overlords, guys. This is a gross exaggeration for sure. Like, I mean, yeah, like back then, 2015, like even now, like, I mean, it's like, it's still very, very casual, I guess you could say. We're all gamers at the end of the day. Like, it wasn't like a corporate environment at all, really. Yeah.
Chasing money as a factor, and they can just gain.
Like, it was just honestly like friends and like fellow players like playing a game. Like, it was
bound to win, right? No. In May 2017, Serenity disbanded, having never achieved that world first that they had fought so hard for. So what happened?
Let's start with Serenity. They had an absolutely stellar roster of players. However, you old schoolers will remember the raid drought of Hellfire Citadel. Archimon fell for these guys in July 2015. We didn't get a new raid tier until September 2016.
That's wild, actually.
That is actually wild. Yeah, holy shit, I didn't realize this. But I guess this was the perfect time for us to do the merge and grow and get stronger, you know? It's like the word gave us extra time. That's crazy.
I had actually forgotten how long a gap this had been, guys. This is actually crazy to think about. But obviously during that time, of course, Method was able to rebuild quite a bit. Which I guess obviously wasn't bad for us at the time.
Over a year of nothing to do. It was a dark time for us all. Over that time, Serenity lost at least 4 of their world first level healers. Over the time Serenity played, you will notice strange names appear in their raid frames. I won't say who, but one of these was the infamous mage Kuznam, now playing a healer to cover the losses.
Yeah.
It is widely known that at the world first level, healers are insanely hard to come by. In Kuznam's return...
That is actually true, by the way, guys. Healers are really, really difficult to find in the race world first. Like, getting good healers is really, really difficult.
And he was healing and raid leading as well, which is just... It's not something you want to do. Because, could you up the sound? Yeah, I can probably still. But it's not something you want to do because... like, as DPS, if there's a tough moment to raid lead, you can always sacrifice DPS, and it's fine. But when you sacrifice healing, and like other people can make up for it, when you sacrifice healing, there's not that many people that can make up for your healing, especially if, you know, you need to pop CDs and stuff. And you often need to pop CDs when shit's going on. And you can't like pick when you want to blast and pick when you can go autopilot healing that much. So it's kind of crazy that he was raid leading. Weekland PoE, my view was useful and I was not asked. Holy moly. I don't know if you have to be asked actually, but I don't know the rules about this. I'm sure Preach would ask typically. Maybe if it's like really short, he doesn't use it. I don't know. Me raiding as a tank is the most chill. Yeah, raiding as a tank is apparently not that hard. I have never really done it though. I think it's often when you're off tanking, especially, there's nothing to do. But yeah, I don't know. I think range DPS is the easiest, but a lot of tanks tend to be raid leaders as well, so maybe there's something to it. I wouldn't want to do it as a tank. I would prefer to do it as a range DPS.
Well, it's something that we...
Because sometimes the tanks have to do crazy stuff in fights, and sometimes they're full vaping. I don't like that inconsistency. Whereas as ranged, if there's something to do at a time, you can assign someone else to it, worst case. Like there's other range to pick from more often.
I've actually worked years on, really, with Method. Recently, even.
Time at post, he mentioned that in Serenity...
Oh wait, that's interesting, actually. Let me go back. So this is Kuznam's leaving post, guys. Like disbanding post with Serenity. I remember here, look, let's see. To end it off with, thank you to Method for the motivation you brought since we split up, and thank you for our times back in the day before we ditched. Props to you, Sko, for building the brand you've always talked about. I've been in it, and I want to give you a massive kudos of respect to you for not burning out.
Of course, he's reading the part where he's praising him, dude.
Like this,
I love Sko.
I remember reading this, guys, when Kuznam posted the statement all those years ago, and it was really nice to hear. Like, big respect to Kuznam for, you know, saying this.
That is true, to be fair.
Yeah, a true competitor, like, bowing out. That was very respectful for sure. Yeah, really appreciated that.
Mentioned that in Serenity's...
That is actually surprising that Kuznam wrote that. I do think that the rivalry was insane, and he ended things on a good note. That's quite interesting. This is the last one of these. I want to give a shout out to my friends that I met through Survivors, particularly Leeds, Roger Brown. All hates about your poaching aside. Bottom, Pragnus, Mike, Ted, Vodari, Ashwell, and of course. Interesting. Yeah, Kuznam out. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, really appreciated that.
Yeah.
Mentioned that in Serenity's short lifespan, they had over 50 members of the...
Yeah, it's actually funny, guys, that they mentioned this here. Like, I
don't get this from you. Isn't Method on the come? Does that mean like Method is improving right now? He's talking about the first fall of Method. It's just a historical point. I mean, after this, Method fell again. Like, it's not even... it's not about right now. It's about history.
Sponsors that they've had as well with Serenity, because like I said, they were quite against like the sponsor stuff originally, but then, you know, over time, I guess everyone changes eventually.
Hell, at
when they realize
they even recruited
the need for it, so to
Loz
speak,
of Fat Boss TV. That's how desperate they were.
I'm joking. Loz is easily one of the best healers in the world.
They just couldn't recover that hole. They were exceptional, though.
Dude, I didn't... Damn. Fat Boss. I mean, Alex is casting for us now, guys, if you didn't recognize him, yeah? That's Alex from our show.
That's how desperate
I don't know if he
they
actually
were.
joined Serenity at all.
Loz is...
We did have some talks at some point of recruiting, I think Alex or his friend that also did the Fat Boss videos with him, but it turned out to be always that it didn't happen.
Easily one of the best healers in the world.
They just couldn't recover that hole.
That's his brother Lawrence. Wait, is that actually not Alex? There was lost to play hardcore and Alex to do YouTube content. Oh, okay. Alex looks like he got into a fountain of youth. He looks even younger now. Alex definitely looks better now than before. Yeah, he aged good, dude.
Were exceptional, though, achieving World 3rd Xavius, World 2nd Helya, and World 2nd Gul'dan before disbanding. What made it really bad, though, was on Helya and on Xavius, they were beaten by none other than Method? How?
Yeah, this was an incredible comeback.
Oh, indeed, dude. But the crazy thing is that they beat us on Gul'dan and then they disbanded. And in a way, guys, back then my mentality was a bit different. You might think it's toxic, but I really wanted my competitors to give up. That's like, I don't know, my brain worked in a way that I wanted to do as little as possible to win. I think it comes from my like school times. Okay, back then, like I always try to do the least amount of effort to get the most out of life. This was the case for work, for school, for university, and like for example, there was something that I needed a score for. It was like I needed like the average of like 2.5 on my grades, and I got exactly 2.5 because I didn't want to do extra. Like I hated this. I wanted to do as little as possible because with my extra time, I wanted to just game, you know. But even in gaming with WoW, I didn't want to do the boring stuff, and I wanted to do as little boring stuff as possible to win. So I just wanted to like barely win. That was like my only goal. And if my competitors disband, I need to work less. It would still be tight the race because I would just put less effort. That was like a massive thing to me. It was my life, you know, not life goals, but my main like principle in life, my way of life, you could say. That changed after that quite a bit nowadays. But yeah, so I was trying to have Serenity disband, and then they wouldn't, and then they beat us, and then they disbanded. I was tilted actually, but I was a bit like surprised, like what the fuck. But yeah.
Back indeed, like there was, yeah, definitely one for the history books.
How in the hell did Method lose its entire roster and then the very next raid tier beat that previous roster? And do you know what made it infinitely worse, to pour salt in that wound? When Method did overtake Serenity, Sko sent them this.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Oh, yeah, that tweet, guys. The gif of the Warcraft movie where he offers his hand and then he pulls it away.
I remember it's either that we spoke about this tweet before he sent it or something. It was crazy. I really wanted this out as well, yeah. Because back then the rivalry was insane. Like I said, right? I'm getting flamed all the time that we're not real Method and all of that. I never said we are real Method, to be clear, either. But yeah, I wanted this out there, let's say.
I remember like talking on Method's like TeamSpeak back in the day about whether I should post this or not.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I did remember it right. Exactly.
But most people thought it would be funny. But it was definitely an iconic moment for sure.
So let's leave Serenity and look at what Method did. Sko went on the hunt immediately, and as it turns out, a chance meeting at an airport between Sko and the raid leader of the then World 6 Guild Rapid Eye movement would change everything.
Oh.
After messages have been passed between a lot of potential airport between Sko and the raid leader of the then World 6 Guild.
Oh, I did not meet Sko at an airport.
Rapid Eye movement would change everything. After messages have been passed between a lot of potential guilds, the Rapid Eye movement guild.
That's actually not 100% true, right? Like I actually didn't meet Scripe at the airport. I met Zerps, who was an officer.
How can they all be so wrong, man? That's crazy. What? He met Pemil. Oh my god, this is wild, bro. What are they talking about? Oh, Sko corrects this? Okay. Wait, no, he corrects it in a bad way. This is the correction? This is wrong. Okay, so what happened is Syrps saw Sko's tweet and told it to us, to the officers, that Pemil is in the same airport. Because, again, with my competitors disbanding, I was like, ooh, let's go. We were very aware that Method is disbanding. And also Paragon had disbanded. So we were like, yeah, dude, this is Rem's time to shine. So we were already getting hyped. And then we noticed Method, like Sko, is at the same airport as Pemil. Now, the crazy story that's going to be 100% missing in this video, guys, and this is the juicy stuff as well. Pemil was flying to Dubai. That's why he was in the airport. And this was going to be the first sponsorship for Rapid Eye Movement, which ended up paying us officers for a long time. Not a lot, but something. And this was the first time we were going to get regularly paid. But that remained a secret for a very long time. let's say. It was you know, it happened as we merged with Method in a way. Have you played with Valkyrie on Rem? There's a Shadow Priest, I think. No, oh, you mean the healer? Yeah, of course. Valkyrie, yeah. I think he was Russian or something. He had a thick accent, dude. He liked to flame people up. He was a bit like Perfecto. Maybe he was Greek, actually. I don't know. One of them. Any significance to the name Ram? I don't know what you mean with any significance. Paying the officers. Yeah, it was mainly... oh, the guild got some money from that as well, actually. Yeah, now that I remember it. It was actually a lot that the guild got as well. But it's just not the players getting them. It all got collected into a pot, I think. And then after the tier, we gave it to people, I think. If I remember it correctly. I'm not sure. Doesn't salute if you went more hardcore. I don't know. I never knew how good Slutbag is. I was always told that he's not that good. Like, not like War First level good. But I don't know. He always seemed good to me when I watched the streams. But that is what I was told, which is also why we always ended up not recruiting him. I wanted to recruit him oftentimes, but people always said, yeah, he's not that good. I don't know. I'm actually surprised that we never gave him a trial, at least. I guess it's also because he was from NA as well, maybe. Oh, Chris, what's up? After the reaction continues. Yeah. Dude, it's crazy that both of them got it wrong. I saw a tweet where Preet said, like, I am to blame for this or something. I never told him that I was on an airport with Sko. What would I do in Copenhagen airport? I think it was Copenhagen.
In Rapid Eye Movement.
Guild seemed receptive to a possible guild merger. Their leader, known as Scripe, happened to be passing through the same city as Sko. And so they met and they had a coffee.
So this should be Zerps.
In that conversation,
it should be fucking Pamel, man. God damn it.
It was decided that Rapid Eye Movement would indeed move and change name to Method, bringing their players you may know like Deep Shades, Revez, Narcales, Noggy.
Deep Shades also was not in Rapid Eye Movement. He was in Serenity. So, oh wait, actually. Okay, this is a bit complicated. Deep Shades left basically as soon as we killed Archimond and went to Method, where he tried for like 1 or 2 weeks, and then the disband happened, he went to Serenity. But when we merged with Method, Deep Shades was not in our team. He was already gone.
Potter, amongst many others with him. Method, of course, offered management, money, and a chance at moving to the big show.
Again, they did not offer us management or money. But in fact, I don't even know what Method offered us. I think it was just a name, honestly. It was just a brand. It was mainly the fact that we can say we're going for World First now. Because there was like this mental block in our team that, like, we're playing good, we're playing to improve, but are we going for World First? No, we're not going for World First. And I think that is the thing that helped us the most with Method, which is, and also, I don't know, maybe Sko knows better. I actually don't remember. Like, what did Method offer us back then? I don't know. I think the big main asset was Roger and his experience, but like, I remember even discussing which name we should go with, Rem or Method, and I really wanted to keep the Rem name, but then you know, I remember like like everyone was fine to swap to Method, and I was like, yeah, I want to think about this, and I thought about it quite a bit, and it just, even though I really didn't want to leave the name behind, I just understood a Method name is way bigger, and it just makes sense to swap to Method. But trying to understand what they offered us. Yeah, I think it was just, I mean, it wasn't about money back then. Even though we were going to start making money. I don't know, maybe there was some money involved. I don't remember though. I don't think so. I think it was just about getting world first, and that naming us method will attract more good players. I think that was it. And like we can go for world first with that. Also with Paragon and method disbanding, or like at least Serenity happening. Yeah, like it was an easier path, let's say. Corsair equipment. Man, I don't even think I got Corsair equipment. That's crazy, or no, I don't think I got anything. I mean, maybe eventually, but did I have any Corsair gear? I don't think so, dude. I don't know. Roger offered you Greek cuisine. Did you see the new Destiny expansion coming out? I did not see anything about the expansion. No, I do want to look at that. On the 15th of this month? Holy fuck. There's so much to do, guys. Maybe I just played the expansion. I don't know. You got a big opportunity to grow. Yeah, not in terms of like a business thing though. Yeah, we did get the chair. That's true. At some point we got a chair. I don't know when it was, but yeah. I think it just was the 4 good players as well as their experience and the branding that we can say we're gonna go for world first now. We're fucking serious about it. Come join our team, because we had struggles, what do you call it, staying alive before, right? Because we lost players and stuff like that. It was really hard to push into the world first scene back then, and probably still is now. But I wonder what would have happened if we didn't like merge with Method. That would be an interesting path as well. I have no idea. Yeah, that would be interesting. You'd have an office job. I don't know. I don't necessarily think so. I don't know. You work as a dev at this point. I mean, in a way, it may have been much better for me as well if I was working an office job. But I don't know. That's an alternate universe I would love to see, though. Like have a quick look, But yeah, it was a very interesting turning point of my life for sure, doing this merge. Well, let's see.
And it turned out this Scripe guy was pretty good at raid leading, and he seemingly had an immediate connection with Roger Brown.
That's very right.
Friends one day. In the Trial of Valor, the new Method Guild got there first. World first.
Anything you have, boys. Last ones. Anything you have. Even back then, the same calls. Anything you have.
Good memories, guys. Nice at showing Noggy POV as well, guys. He's still in Method now.
At the end of it all,
this, guys, I was so happy with my performance on this raid, actually. This was Surrender to Madness and what do you call it? Raid leading at the same time. And I was so sad to see on the kill video they just blasted music and you could barely hear my raid leading. What was actually so good. I was so proud of myself after killing this video. It was really hard to raid lead and play Surrender to Madness as Shadow. As you see, I did die a bit early. I did not have the legendary belt on this. So it was really tough. And still was good raid leading. Like, we had some big fails, and I had to like raid lead the shit out of it on certain times. I remember the call purple, purple, purple. we had to agree because we fucked it up so many times that I had to say it 3 times. And I was like so focused. I wouldn't just say it like with my normal voice. Okay, guys, go purple, purple, purple now. I would have like, I would speak normal, right? Okay, now we're gonna go to purple, purple, purple. There was like, fucking do it, you know? Holy shit. It was tough calling where to go every time during surrender. But this was an intense battle, dude. And then the world first on top felt good.
Got there first. World first.
Anything you have, boys.
Last ones.
Anything you have.
Good memories, guys.
Of course I miss playing, but I don't miss the stress too much, I'm not gonna lie.
Nice at showing Noggy POV as well, guys. He's still in
After a decisive victory from their former guild, many of those same
Hey, look, it's Fragment's a statement, guys. Hashtag score wasn't the problem.
players would end
The meme Sko wasn't the problem, by the way, is or was the problem was that Sko was like a bad player or something, which is why, you know, they want to replace him as a tank or something like that. Sko wasn't an amazing player, I'm not gonna lie, but he wasn't a bad player either. Didn't you run like 3 shadows or more a kill? Spell? Yeah, I think we ran 4. Yeah, we had 4. That was crazy. Bad UI for sure. That's true. Wasn't a meme that he did not put enough work in compared to the rest. Yeah, but also there was also a skill attached to it as well. Definitely. I was always being asked like, oh, is Sko playing good or not? You know, what's going on here? Because people say this stuff. Is there a leaving because of Sko and the money? You know, it was definitely also skill related back then. There's so many first. He was good. There was definitely like back then in Method when they were still there was like rumors that Sko was also a bad player that they wanted to replace, but they couldn't, type of shit. And to a degree, it's probably because he didn't put in the time. You know, when you're clueless about what you're doing, obviously you play bad. But yeah. The UI was also memed for a while. Yeah, true. The UI also got memed a lot. So the top players on the roster at the time. Top players in the Method roster, I don't know. I think like Jimmy was really known to be really good. I don't know who else, but in Echo, Jake was really good. Shalaria was really good, but then he did us dirty, and I never forgave him. He quit. I think he quit before. No, he quit as an expansion release or something. He was a really good player, one of our best players, and I got very tilted when he left. I think at some point he tried to like return to the scene and stuff, but like he knew I hated him in a way almost. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why I got even that angry. Honestly, it wasn't. Maybe there was something else to it, but I don't remember. Kahira, yeah. How do you guys know? Crazy. Yeah. Grudge holder scribe. Yeah, I did hold a grudge. I don't know why. But I think about it now. Like, I don't have anything right now that I feel strongly about, but back then I was very angry. I think it's probably the same style as Lazelle. I'm not sure. That like we may have asked him if he's okay to go for the next tier, and if he said yeah, back then. Okay, so that is a lesson we learned in BlackRock Foundry, I think it was called. We once did not ask people if they are gonna play next year, if everything is good, because things got more competitive. More and more people started quitting the closer we went to the race start, and that's why we almost disbanded in Archimont, because we didn't ask, and then suddenly within a month we had like 5-6 people quit, and that fucked us up real good, and we had to suddenly recruit, and then the Noggy thing happened, and we got all the shit players with him. Noggy was good, but there was a lot of shit, and Narco as well, but there was a lot of other people that weren't good, or like they were toxic. And after that, every tier I asked, are you good for the next year? I was like 2 months before the race or 3 months, I would ask, okay, are you good for next year? Do you have any exams coming up? Do you have any like job or anything? What are you going to be doing next year? I would always ask everything and make sure they are good for the next year. And I think that probably happened with Kahira, and then he quit. And I think he didn't quit out of necessity. He just didn't want to play and quit, which, yeah, is obviously very disrespectful when so many people are putting in effort. If you want to do that, you just say that ahead of time, right? When I ask about it. I think he quit in a really bad way, basically. Yeah. I think he tried returning to the scene at some point, but knew I really disliked him and did not manage. Or I don't know where he is now. He was very good, though. He was... I think he may have been like our best player back then, yeah. Just vanished like that. Never do or lie about it in my experience. When I asked people, I had way better success rate than when I did not ask. Incredibly better. I think he was the only guy that quit like this. Maybe Phil was the other guy. Yeah, never had a person quit close to a tier after we started saying these things. And double checking. Wait for Revis in the tier list of best player. Revis is really good, but the problem is he lacks communication. That's his weakness. His like Achilles heel, if you can say. It will always limit his potential. So he is, I would say, like capped at what he can do right now. He is the best at what he's doing right now. To reach the next level, he needs to communicate. He needs to give input on strategies. He needs to help the team in a way, or potentially like communicate about like getting an external here. I mean, nowadays you have macros for it, I guess. But let's say he's assigned to do a job, and then he needs a backup. He needs to say, "I need a backup." You know, things like this. And he does some of it sometimes, very rarely, but for that next level of gameplay, that's what he would need. I joined in high mall, by the way. Wait, Narco joined in high mall? Really? I don't remember this. Were you in New Horizon either, Narco? I just remember Narco blasting on the DK on this tier. That's all I remember. Oh, no, not this tier, on the Archimod, I mean. That's all I remember. Well, Narco, I don't remember, dude. I don't know who that is. Must be a different guy. Who do you say is your best overall contributor within the raid team? Tag, 60 PS play, everything combined. I mean, it probably was Roger back then. Not the first tier, but not for the prep of the first year, but after that, always Roger, yeah, I would say. But if I don't need to count him, I mean, I don't know. Then it gets crazy a bit. I mean, nowadays it's Maris, of course, right? He does a lot of like the in-game rate leading and organizing, kind of stuff. Narco's the dude who always comes with the beer to party. You know, he's the guy. No, Narco's the guy that doesn't go to the party, bro. He's at home chilling, gaming. I mean, same as most of us, honestly.
Good memories, guys.
Okay, holy shit, we talked a lot.
Nice.
I forgot about the video
as well, guys. He's still in method now.
At the end of it,
When I remember first Maris appearance I remember was on the Tentacle boss N'Zoth, but maybe he joined before? I'm not sure. He was playing Hunter on N'Zoth. That's all I remember first.
all after a decisive victory from their former guild, many of those same
Hey, look, it's Fragment's statement, guys. Hashtag score wasn't the problem.
Wait, I watched this. When did I go back?
as the dominant world-first guild.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
At least for now.
Dude, that was
For now,
creepy.
guys, for now.
So why then did they accept all these players back who had left en masse just 7 months ago? There's a good lesson for us all here. Permanently burning bridges because of a spat or an incident, especially over minor things that happened months ago, isn't a particularly great idea.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's actually... There's no reason why we wouldn't accept back players into Method for the most part. Like, me personally, I don't really hold, like, grudges, so to speak, or, like, I think it's, like, just in general, I don't really hold, like, a hate or, like, dislike towards people. I think it's, like, really unhealthy just from, like, your own personal mindset side of things. And for the most part, like, most of the players, you can understand why they left, right? Like, originally to join Serenity. It's because obviously the raid leader and some of the core, people that are associated with.
I would say nowadays, yeah, as well. But like I said, those cases, Kahira, Lazelle, the guy that sold his warrior, I don't even remember his name. I don't know. Like, these kind of people. There was this one guy, bro. Oh my god. I don't want to name his name even, guys, because I don't want him to find me again. Fucking crazy guy, okay? Like, the first thing, he enters our guild, he was linking porn. So fucking weird. I was the weirdest guy, and I'm glad we removed him very quickly. It was very disgusting. This guy was also, I think, later on was like DDoSing people or something. Was that him? I think he went to prison at some point as well. I don't know, bro. It was some crazy fucking weirdo. And yeah, got rid of him. So now, I mean, now I wouldn't invite back either. Yeah, that's true. That's true, to be fair. But most of these people, I would say, is from back then. Nowadays, people, most of the time, are more normal. I don't remember, like, incredibly unprofessional people. Linking porn equals now. No, he was not linking. I think he was watching it on his YouTube. That's why he got banned, right? It was weird. But yeah. We were unhinged back in the day. Not really, man. It was just some people were. And the majority was quite normal. Do a video about recruiting people for raiding. I'm pretty new at recruiting, and getting them in is not the problem. But how do I know if I'm getting in good raiders? I can look at their DPS and logs, but that only shows half the info if the raider is good. Main thing is always check with their previous guild. But also do not trust their word fully, in a way. It's kind of weird. But inviting, like, recruiting from recommendations is really good. If someone says someone is really bad, yeah, I mean, or someone is really good, it may not be true, but especially if your players in your team know this guy and think he is good, it's probably worth giving a shot. And aside from that, just trial and error, man. Like, it's fine to recruit people that aren't that good. Petco, I mean, that's an example. Petco didn't perform too good, and he was lacking, like, some interesting basics that I think you get over time, but maybe in M+, this isn't something that you do. He was like full M+ player, and Petco, really nice guy, really loved having him around, but he wasn't that good. So we had to part ways. But definitely a beautiful human being, dude. I loved playing with him. And I think he could have improved and joined back, but I guess he didn't enjoy it enough and just went for M+ more. I don't know how good he is now in M+. I know he's doing the tier list all the time, dude. That is funny. You play with Musclebra? No, I did chat with him once or twice, but never played with him. I remember his Garrote video was always being linked and memed. Garrote 1, 2, 3, and then Eviscerate or something like that. He was just like on a rant about some rogue opener. That was a big meme. Go needs a team B to prep upcoming raiders. Yeah, these were ideas that we didn't think about. It's just a lot of work. Like, none of us can be ours doing this kind of stuff. You open this asset again. Exactly, dude. Why are you not going to do any raid talk anymore after the season like you did before? Raid talk or raid review? I will do it for next year, yeah. the reason I didn't do it for last year, I was honestly too busy, and I stopped streaming and stuff, right? But I'm now streaming weekends, mostly both days, although sometimes it doesn't work out. Yeah, I will do it for next year though, guaranteed. I'll never forget the way Spooky left was such a meme way of retiring. Yeah, dude. Spooky was funny, yeah. Oh, you mentioned something similar. So, would you ever consider some sort of academy under the Echo name as kind of a training camp? Yeah, consider yes. To actually do it, I would need to have more time, and I would need to lead the project, I think. So maybe one day, if I have more time one day somehow magically, maybe I could race to first rating at some point. I'm just doing like the academy leader. I don't know. The old coach, that's going like the coach that was like coaching the NBA team and then goes to a high school again and just like has these youngsters. Does the race eventually die off? I don't know how it could, but I don't know. Maybe, who knows? So far, these races perform like PvE races perform really good in many other games as well. Path of Exile has these similar type of races. Destiny 2 has it. Final Fantasy has it, and they all have a lot of people interested in it. I remember RuneScape had a race like this once, but it lasted very short. I'm actually quite shocked that more games don't use this to their advantage. It's very, very weird to me. Like creating it. I know China is aware of this, and they're trying to do this in their mobile games. Terrasland had a race, if you remember that, and this new game that came out that some content creators were playing had it as well. I actually got the sponsorship for Maris. I organized that. But for something Crystal of Atlan or something. But yeah, they're very aware of the like world first rating or race the world first type of thing. I'm surprised more games aren't doing it. It's very good, and it grows the game quite a lot. It's very good marketing. That race ended pretty poor. Yeah, the last race was shit. Yeah, that's true. I think Blizzard will improve though. I hope. I'll be kind of crazy if they don't. Yeah, okay, let's watch the video.
Left, and so they thought it was their best chance to.
Is there community demands on most last societies? Not many companies want to invest in it. It is community driven, but it creates. That is a good thing for the company, because if they wanted to create this themselves, they would need to pay ridiculous amounts to get people into it. But what they need to do is create the environment and then let it organically grow. So you create, like, let's say RuneScape, right? Like, it has the players for this. It has the game. It has the raids type of thing. They just have to release some raids with some interesting puzzles and let people compete. There, people are already streaming it, and then do some marketing and say there will be a race to war first in RuneScape on this day. They'd release a cool trailer and this kind of shit, and then it will organically grow. I think it's crazy that they're not abusing this. If I was like leading these projects, I would 100% do it. I think it would bring a lot of people, back to the game, especially with RuneScape. I don't know. I am shocked, guys. Yeah. Do you think that new games without big background need to drop money for the winner for people to compete? New games, I don't know. That's hard. I was talking about existing games, to be honest. With new games, I have no idea how to grow a new game. That is a lot harder than like existing games that already have player base, but you just wanna go next level. I'll be thrown already had an official race, and Lost Ark also had it, though not global release. Yeah, Lost Ark is a bit weird because it's not global release exactly. I mean, Lost Ark also, like, this like full, as far as I know, it's full pay to win. The other game, Throne of Liberty, I actually don't even know about. Let's say like this, guys. If I've never seen an ad about the Throne of Liberty Race to War First, then that tells me they didn't do enough marketing for it. Because if they did, I would know about it. If I don't know, I mean, then there's a reason why it is not succeeding, right? Like, what better audience to market this to than me? Honestly, right? I don't know any. Are you creating your own game? That will be better than Mao. Very soon, yeah, working on it. Scribes Roblox map. We're all gonna play that. Let's go.
Obviously, still
Scribe doesn't know it's not successful. Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, I should have seen an ad, right? Like while scrolling Twitter or something, some sort of targeted ad. Surely they can catch me somewhere and show this to me. I don't know.
Compete at the level they want to play at. So like no issue really with like the individual players who left. It's understandable. It obviously really sucked, and it made me feel like terrible, of course. But it is what it is. Yeah.
Especially when the landscape around those frustrations has changed. Let's take the obvious example, streaming. It is a relatively new hobby, but 7 months later, it was taking off in a big way.
Yeah, this changed so much, guys, over time. You would not believe it. Like, the resistance in the guild to streaming and creating content completely changed. Like, I guess that's also because it was a new guild, right? Like, Method was new at that point in time, but obviously the guys in Serenity adapted to that as well, most of them over time as well. Like, the mindset around streaming and creating content and working with sponsors, working with brands, like, it took people a lot longer to catch up to what was going on than would have been ideal, obviously, in like the rating scene, but ultimately everyone did. So big shout out, I guess, to some of the guys who were a little bit earlier in the adoption and actually did, you know, want to create content and do streaming and whatnot. Like I said, it wasn't always the easiest time for them back in the old Method, like pre-Serenity. Like, there was definitely some pretty unfair behavior towards some of those people. Yeah.
And frankly, some of these players were really good at it and enjoyed it and were having a lot of fun with it. So the idea of streaming the race was not as big of a deal anymore. On top of that, you're aiming for world first, the pinnacle of the pinnacle in a game with millions of players.
Man, I wish I could say things, but I can't. Sadly, on some of these things, maybe more to say when I'm growing old, guys. I'm trying to think like, no, I just can't say it. Still under NDA, it would not be good. Yeah, unfortunate.
Exactly. So
exactly. Holy shit, he's listening. Yeah, no. I don't know anything.
And that was it, right? In the end, guys, like that was also
it. That's
a
all
part of this, right? Like, I wanted to make sure that Method was going to be world first, like going forward. Like that was like my ultimate goal. Like, was the competitive performance of the guild. Like, and so that was a big part of it, right? Because if we had the best players, we were able to keep the best players around, and we were also able to, monetize in some way that we could also compensate the players, which means, they wouldn't want to leave to other teams, or they wouldn't want to quit the game, or like lots of things really. Like, it was just all a case of really trying to make sure that Method was able to, support the best players and support the best guild. Yeah. And actually, it's worth saying too, guys, I guess, that just in general, I will say that one of the thing I'm probably proudest about with Method, like in everything that we've done over like the 20 years of a Method existing, is that we have been able to support like a lot of people in the WoW scene, and other games too, but mostly the WoW scene, like in regards to like a lot of the biggest streamers that we even see today, for example, on Twitch, they were in Method at some point in their early days, and we were able to obviously, help them, turn their passion into like their full-time thing, and that's something that I'm really proud of, that we were able to do, and I'm glad that we were able to do that.
Refusing the best of the best.
Yeah, it's a bit weird though. I mean, it's true to a degree, but it's not like Method is doing this just out of their own like charitability or whatever. Like I said, there was back then the deals with Twitch that Twitch invested into teams for whatever reason. They didn't sponsor single influencers. They sponsored teams and gave teams watch minute deals that when teams invited people to their team and they streamed, Method was getting money off of that they then could use to pay the streamer. And what you would do typically is, let's say, I get here Jack the Dipper into my team. He streams, I don't know, X amount of watch minutes he gets from his viewers. And in total, let's say he earned 1K this month. I'll give him 800. Jack the Dipper is fucking happy as fuck. There's no way he would get this deal anywhere else. And I'm getting the 200 extra. And if I keep doing this, I mean, that's a good deal. Where I only get 20%. I might get a lot more, by the way. Yeah, basically, it was, and in fact, some of the deals were also structured in a way where I would check Jack the Dipper's viewership. I wouldn't pay him per watch minute. I would just say, this guy is getting 500 viewers per month, and if I think he's even going to grow, I could tell him, well, I'm going to give you, 500 per month, same as your viewership. Or not even mention the viewership part, and he's getting free 500, so he will be super happy. Joins my org, I'll keep him at the 500 even if he grows. So it was very good place to have a Twitch contract. I don't know when Method got it, but I think they had it when we did the first race already. So it's when people started streaming. So yeah, I would say Twitch is the ones that could be proud, I guess, of this. I don't think it's so much Method, even though I don't want to trash talk Method or anything, but it is the truth. It was Twitch paying the money mainly for these streamers. Do you agree with Max's point that both EU and A have funneled talent into one team in each region, and that one of the big reasons why Method hangs on in a 2-horse race is due to SCO just refusing to let the org die? To a degree, yeah. I mean, this is a big part of it, yeah. Even though it's a bit weird, I think we both at times had a lot of talent from each, like from the other region as well. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that Method is still alive. That is true. Considering everything that happened, the thing with Method is whenever it's really interesting. So when Method falls, they, instead of giving up, they fucking dance in the mud and get themselves out of it in some fucking way. So you'll have like big drama. Method loses all their sponsors. And then you would think they would try to improve their image, right? But what they do instead is they sign a crypto sponsor. So, and you're like, damn. I don't give a fuck. And because people's expectations of them are so low, people don't even mind it. We're like, yeah, that's Method. It's to be expected. All good. So it's kind of crazy. But I mean, it's also like respectable. They make it work, right? It's tough. So it's all good. Speaking from your high horse. What type of high horse? No, I mean, it's crazy that Method managed this so far. It's definitely crazy. Like there are certain sponsors we couldn't even take, even if we wanted to, because people have just higher expectations of us. Goes a ruthless businessman with all the good and bad that comes with it. Yeah, I mean, in the end, a lot of these things I don't care. Like I don't think it's that bad or good or whatever. But Method is very good at making questionable things work somehow. Let's say. So much corporate BS coming from Method. I don't know what you mean with corporate BS. Buy sponsorships. I mean, we had the sponsorship as well, to be fair, with Kidia. But yeah, the Method one was bigger, yeah. As an example. But also they, I was thinking of the crypto sponsor they had. And also they had the whole crypto community Twitter or something, right? They didn't give a shit and they made it work. I'm guessing they made some money off of that, you know? Nothing, I don't care. We take gambling sponsors. Surprising. This is the second time someone asked me. No, we do not take gambling sponsors. At the same time, I do want to mention that I don't mind streaming on Kick, because I don't see that as a gambling sponsor. Okay, as long as there are no gambling ads, which like I remember a lot of people were flaming Tips. That's why I'm saying this. Tips said like that he will never take gambling sponsors at OTK, and then they started now doing events on Kick as OTK. And I don't see anything wrong with this. If there's no gambling ads, I don't have a problem with it. I know some people do, and I don't care. I've thought about it quite a bit. I don't have a problem with it. If you have like a really convincing argument, you can DM me. I don't think I will get convinced. You got to be real good with that. I could take a gambling sponsor, we would lose 50% of the rosters to slots. Yeah, I know some people would not mind gambling. It's just that's more my personal thing that I don't want it. I also don't want betting. Yeah. I don't want anything where you put in money that is RNG based. I mean, I guess betting is a little bit different, but I would really not want it. Let's say it would be tough to convince me on that one, because I see it as the same thing. But gambling, definitely not. So video, I beg. We're so close, guys. We're so close. Betting is haram. Anyone that promotes it, I take distance from. That's right, brother. Lots of criminals are working on bets. Again, like this sort of thing, I don't care about. If someone is criminal on working on bets, like, what does that even mean? Why would I care about this? Let me just link to some videos or a new Destiny expansion on Discord DM. Yeah, dude, hit me up. Rhino. Promoting betting and gambling these days and kids getting addicted is fucking disgusting. Yeah. No, I don't even care about the kids so much. I care about myself. I just don't want to get involved with gambling. Yeah. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I don't want to like put shit all over my face. Why would I do that? Like, I don't care that it discusses you guys. It discusses me, you know? That's what I'm thinking. Also, method winning the next race would be interesting. Yeah, I think people wouldn't want to bet on it, let's say. But there will be some hardcore fans that just want to believe, which, you know, anything can happen during a race. Crazier things happened. So you could sponsor, maybe take medical equipment sponsors. What does that mean, dude? Sharing experience is far more thought-provoking than listening to blank-headed Sko. Wow, okay. That's so harsh, dude. What the fuck?
Proven, seasoned players, not a particularly good idea. And so, these guys were still playing together. They might not have been in the same guild, but with Mythic Plus coming in Legion, a lot of crossover was still happening behind the scenes.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to just share an observation that I've had as well, guys, that you don't really realize when you're like super young. But it's Preach kind of mentioned it a little bit here too. You don't realize that the people like that you interact with, like or the industry or like the environment that you operate in, it's a lot smaller than you think. Like the same people will often be around for a long time to come, and so, you know, it's relationships and treating people like well and whatnot is really important, because you never know like when you're going to be like playing with them again.
Yeah, it's weird. It's actually a good thing to be a good person. But also at the same time, I noticed this, and this was a really tough lesson. Even if you try to be as fair and good as you want to be, like do your very best, you do the most possible thing, you will still get haters. Guaranteed. That is a lesson that I thought I learned, and I was very shocked when it happened. And yeah, that's just how it is. Because at times, like, being fair means to be not so nice to some people. Yeah, it's a wild thing. People don't want fair. People want the best for themselves. Yeah, and they can't like really understand the full picture. They just think of their own POV. they don't even think it's unfair that they want things for themselves. They just don't see it from another perspective, which makes sense if you're just being a player, doing your own things. But it looks very different when you're managing everyone and you kind of know what everyone is doing. Treating everybody the same isn't always fair. Yeah, I never said that. It's a good thing. That's because a greater good is not always aligned with everyone's agenda. Yeah. I mean, I'm not necessarily the greater good. Yeah, so this is also like a philosophical thing, right? Are you trying to create the most amount of happiness, or are you like, because yeah, that's not necessarily the best thing, right? Like, in a way, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, that's like whole philosophy. I think it's called utilitarianism. I remember this back in the days in philosophy class, dude. It was I don't go that deep. Let's say more often the decisions are quite clear. It's rare that it's a gray zone too much, because we're not like killing a child to save 1 million people or something, right? Like we're kicking a person from the team, guys. It's not a big fucking deal, yeah. In relation to what is possible out there, but yeah, still people have big problems sometimes with things. And it's not even just like having a problem with your thing. Sometimes people just have like a personal problem with you, even though you don't think you did something wrong. Or they misinterpret what you said in the worst possible way. I remember back then when we lost the race to Limit, and a big factor was that, I mean, it was the biggest factor, I would say, was that Max was really leading from outside, right? That I was like saying, okay, guys, I think it's going to be my last year because this outside reading shit is OP. Especially that year where I was also doing a lot of assignments and stuff in the team, and I was holding up the people from pulling. If you guys remember the nice pull, like, and then there was like the Vine Pepega, let's take a break or something like this. That was created because I was sitting there making assignments. And I said, yeah, this is kind of meta breaking, and yeah, like I don't think I'm going to be playing, and you know, whatever, all this stuff. And somehow, and this got misinterpreted that I was saying that Limit didn't play good. They just had the outside raid leader. That's why we lost, which is not what I said at all. I don't even know who played good on like an individual level. I don't care about it either. I don't think it has any meaning because it matters about how good you play and how good you progress as a team. It's not just about pressing buttons. It never was. But I was like being hated by some Limit people back then because I said these things. It was never meant it in that way, but you know, sometimes people just hate you. I don't know. It's weird. I don't even know how we got here.
Yeah, and working with them again.
Oh yeah, in the small scene. Yeah, that is definitely true. You'll be like parting ways with someone, thinking they're just gone, and then suddenly they pop up as in a completely different place. So always good to, and that's a really good thing, that being good is actually rewarding. Because otherwise everybody would be, a lot more people would be doing shady shit. When thinking about it, why wasn't it also a thing from the very start if it is so good? It's mainly because nobody wanted to do it. Did nobody ever think about it for a mission menu optimization than you could implement today? Think about it like this, right? It was not about money so much back then. It was about gaming. So being an outside raid leader is very boring in comparison to playing. And in fact, like, it was a weird thing that if you were benched, like let's say if Shadow Priest was benched, I would not watch people play. I would just go AFK. Like, it's a different time, different thing. But we were thinking about it before, because there was a times where I was like dead on a fight and the raid leading was really good. Especially towards like the end of the fight, sometimes, you know, you would have more and more people dead, and sometimes I was dead, and I was noticing, damn, my raid leading is really sick when I'm on the floor. And we did consider it, but we never made that move because I mainly didn't want to either. But also we didn't know how good it will be, honestly. And then we noticed, yeah, this is probably really good. And it was a sponsor tournament for first events, esports tournament in a stadium. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's we need a lot of things, dude. Let's go a big part of what Race Rover is now. Of course, yeah. Mainly on the business side and like this kind of stuff. Not at all on the side of the performance. SCO had very little to do with the way we like made strats or anything like that. But yeah. Rather keep the current echo production. Yeah, people really like the echo production. That's true. I think our casters and our production are all doing a great job. All right, let's go. We're very close to finishing
Or
it.
they're going to be in method again. Like for example, like I mentioned, Fragment's joined like 4 times. Like there's so many of like the old guys that you've seen in this video, even like Noggy, Zalia, and co, that are actually back in method now. You know what I mean? So it's really important to keep that in mind. Like yeah, you don't want to burn bridges. You want to treat everyone with respect and treat everyone well as best you can.
And they were more than welcomed back after a little bit of a conversation. It's a good thing to happen. However, Noah's no. This wasn't to be the last mass exodus from Method, but that is a story for another time.
Whew.
Until then, I thank you for watching, and I'll see you again next time.
Overall, by the way, I think this is a really good video from Preach. Like, I will actually really appreciate Preach doing these legacy videos. Like, I know that he did one about, like, the world first legit kill on Vash, like, back in the day in TBC. I do think this is a good video, so big shout out to Preach for doing this. Like, in general, like, most of the information in this video is mostly accurate, I would say. With a lot of missing context, of course, right? And some, maybe some oversimplifications of certain things. But obviously, from him being on the outside for the most part, I think he did a pretty good job in regards to putting this video together. Yeah, so hopefully you guys enjoyed watching the Preach video, and I thought I would add a little bit of additional commentary. And yeah, hope you guys enjoyed that too.
It was good.
And I'll see you guys on either the next video.
Oh, this was a standalone video. It wasn't him streaming this. Oh, crazy. Okay. I did not expect that. Ghost State time last part. Yeah. It's this first one was nothing compared to the next one, I would say, yeah. Because obviously it was a lot more intricate. Yeah. We'll do part 2, priest incident. I don't even know if Preach will do the part 2. That would be an interesting thing, but it would be very hard to do it justice, I would say, because there's a lot of information that is lost, and you don't want to be giving missing info there because it's very important. You said it probably will. Very delicate issue. I don't know. Yeah, I would say it's he needs to do it good if he's gonna do it. To be sensitive to people involved. Yeah, that as well. Like, it's just a lot of things. I left it very much as a cliffhanger at the end of this video. That's true. That's true. That would get views though. We're debating how to handle all ninja. Kind of chunky. Chris is here in the chat. It's a very different show. Oh, you've typed this. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, you don't want to make things seem a certain way that they aren't potentially, and it's really hard to do that without knowing everything, and it's impossible to know everything because a lot of it is in the background in private places and shadows and Discord DMs. So it's I don't know, very rough. I'm trying. I'll be surprised if it doesn't do a P2 if it's gonna be good content. What is this drama time about exactly? I don't even know. I think it's about like random people sharing stories or something. I don't think it's actually drama, right? And then Max did a react on this and added an hour, dude. That is fucking crazy. Got same viewers as SCO. All the same people watch Max as well. Crazy stuff. Submit their drama stories from MMOs. Oh shit! I could submit some stuff, boys. Holy moly! Damn. I shared your video. Is that already on YouTube, or did you only do it on the stream? Let's see.
And people.
I mean, my video got released very recently, so I guess it's not there. Yeah, no. I don't know if he will even post it on YouTube.
And people have all.
This guy is related though. What did Max even talk about? Yeah, that's what I was surprised about as well. Especially an hour on top, yeah. It's fucking crazy. This about Sko saying that is true. He's laughing about it. That's fine. If you can represent themselves. Your reaction was 2 hours? Already? Damn, that is long, yeah. I didn't realize that. But I didn't have I was involved though. Max memes go for saying that's true actually for an hour. Holy shit. That's crazy, yeah. Yeah. That's it with the video. What do we do next, guys? Holy shit, I got all the Destiny 2 expansion recaps. Expansion cinematic trailer and everything. League time. Dude, League is fun, but actually the last season in League, I really dislike, guys. I don't know, I played very few games and I just stopped immediately. I did lose those games. That may have played a role, but I don't know. On the top lane. Next year thoughts. I'm excited about the next year. Yeah, I think it's gonna be nice. I don't think much is gonna be different, honestly. But except for us winning, of course. It's gonna be exciting. I think the tier looks really good visually. The interesting thing is gonna be the tier after that when add-ons take the big hit. That I'm very curious about. One important thing from new expansion: firing range with DPS meter. Red Frost. Oh, but no DPS meter in the raid, right? In a group. I'm very surprised they don't do that. I think it'll be the next expansion. Yeah, they did say already that it's gonna be in the next expansion, like probably really early. I think they will start at the start expansion already cleansing. I don't know how hard they're gonna go, but it looks like they already have a plan about it, so they might go pretty hard already. If you lose, like, it will be the first back-to-back 3 times since they took the streak in Nyalotha. Oh, yeah. Liquid has been playing consistently good, I would say. Whereas we had shaky times with DP healer issues we had and things like that. But so far, next year looks pretty good. No DPS meter on streams. What's the point of competing then? Exactly, dude. Oh, you mean on the with no add-ons? Didn't they say they're gonna make their own DPS meter? I think so. Oh, guys, I worked out 3 days in a row. That's fucking wild, or? Like the push-pull legs rotation. First time since a long time that I did this. They're gonna make the thing. Yeah, good. Gonna wait for guild housing. Honestly, I am just a tiny bit, just like a little bit excited about housing. Maybe I'm becoming too casual, but I think it could be cool, yeah. Destiny video time. Yeah, you guys want to look at the Destiny 2 stuff? Official gameplay reveal. I mean, probably not much has changed, though. I'd rather have guild housing than player housing. Yeah, I don't know what we'll even get. Oh, Flex in the chat, dude. As a non-race or first watcher, is it true next year we'll have you playing and Narco is outside raid leader? This is confidential information, Flex, that you shouldn't be speaking about. How did you get this? How did you get this secret juice? Was it Narco spreading it around? Of course it was. Yeah, not surprised. I guess the secret is out there, guys, now. I'm back to playing, and Narco will raid lead us to victory. That will be glorious. Isn't there some other video to react about or something? Link me the Twitch VOD timestamp of Max reacting to my YouTube, guys. We need to react to react. We need something. Flex and Narco will ERP in player housing, right? Oh, guaranteed. Dude, if this ERPing shit starts in WoW as well, honestly, guys, I cannot be fucked. I think, is it like illegal to ban ERPing for our players? And if they do, they're automatically gonna get fired. Can I just do that? Starts. Wait. No, but it's not as big. I don't think our players are aware of it. KPNs are half the WoW subs. What? Oh god, there will be people that want to ERP with our players because they're famous. They will offer money. I just realized this. Is this a thing in Final Fantasy? Hey, do people do this in Final Fantasy? Like, offer extra because they are famous? Hey, dude, are we gonna lose Race of First players to ERPing? This would be a wild turnout. We're all ERP and XIV. Is there coaching? You will advertise ERP. God damn. I know what OnlyFangs is gonna do next, I guess. Check the YouTube VOD on his channel here last stream. You can link Twitch or YouTube VODs in the stream, yeah. You have the timestamp with it, that would be sick.
Kind of interesting. I browsed.
Oh, I got a Reddit thread, not like this. So you need to see. Very happy with State of Subscribe. You know they have the most tries they've ever had at once. They've been aggressive this year. All right, let's see.
Tell me that they thought that me reacting to this would be kind of interesting. I browsed through this a little bit, and I read this. Healers are paid more than the rest of the roster in Echo. I have a lot of thoughts on that just in general. But then he said backs up, or he said in parentheses, this backs up what Max said about Suri being paid an ungodly amount to swap. Dude, I don't know why I'm about to spend my time justifying against like the worst people you've ever met on Reddit, but like when I commented about Suri leaving, I was like, yeah, dude, shout, like, you know, why did Suri leave? Well, I mean, he had a lot of friends in Echo. He has like time constraints, but also what was probably part of it is they offered him more than like what any of our players make to raid there. I said that because it's true. I
heard of people making a lot in Liquid as well. And people that didn't make less than Suri at least, but maybe those are rumors. I don't know what is rumors, right? Because I don't really get these, I don't get to see their contracts. But I would think that there are some players that get more. At least their officers, I would be shocked if they're not getting more. What do you define as a lot? Did I say a lot? What? Your animatronic.
Be insane for me to just lie about that when like Suri is just like alive and the internet and could just instantly be like, wouldn't it be so? I know all of these people. Wouldn't it be so weird if I just fucking made that up? And then, And yeah, there's just a few people on Reddit. I don't know why I always focus these people out. And they were just like, yeah, dude, Max is just like fucking coping, bro. Like, dude, you really...
You'll get to see contracts. I mean, Liquid's contracts. I do see our own contracts, if it doesn't mean. So, what is the salary for players? I cannot share the salary for players, but it is it is not something you would want to build a career on. Let's say, like, it's not crazy a lot or something like this. So if you stream, then like you can use this money to, you know, stay alive, kind of like a part-time job, and then develop your own projects in the scene. I think that's what a lot of people are doing. They either make like a software that they can sell, or they create their own UIs, or they stream this kind of shit. And then you can do that. That's like giving you this buffer to still live and, you know, but you wouldn't want to be 40 years old and be like, yeah, I saved up so much money from Echo. This is going to be sick. No, it won't be. It will be very bad for you if you don't have any other thing on the side. There will be no ERP section in the contracts going forward. This might be true, yeah. You need to monitor this very closely. He still says Siri earns some godly amount from Echo, which makes no sense. They aren't a big org. I think now ungodly is a bit of an exaggeration, I guess. I don't know how much he heard he's earning, but he's earning good. He's not earning like a crazy amount. Yeah.
Dude, like, imagine how weird that would be. I see these people. I know these people. I raided with Suri for 5 years. Can you imagine if he just decided to go to Echo for any other reason and that wasn't true, and then I went live on stream and just made up the reason why he left, or a reason, like that would be so weird. That would, like, that person would and should lose all respect for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that, I would never do that. Okay. So, I do kind of want to listen to this. What is it, a YouTube video?
But am I going to be on the screen?
Let's talk about raid roster talk for Manaforge Omega from Scripe 2 days ago. All right. Fuck it.
Fuck it, dude.
And also, someone in this Reddit thread said, let me see if I can find it. I really hope Max will yap about this and tell me how I should feel. I'm so pumped. And then 17 people upvoted it. That's so crazy. You and your 17 friends here, just know I'm here for you, man. That's what we're doing today.
God bless. Happy with the roster group. That's what I'm here for as well. I want to see what he thinks, so I know what to think. Which, that is something that...
Wait, so what is... Okay, so he was in the middle of an interview. He's in the middle of an interview talking about Gallioc's raid difficulty, and then it looks like he fielded a question from chat. He doesn't have chat on screen.
Okay, sorry.
But...
Doesn't make me happy. Yeah, I am... we're gonna fix that. I'm quite happy with... Dude, I feel like I'm getting evaluated right now of how good my stream is with where we are at. I thought he's gonna chat about what I'm saying about the roster. With the roster right now. We got some... I don't know if people know...
yeah, they picked up that Swedish guild, right?
2 weeks ago. They already joined again. No, I think... It's duplicating. I think exactly 2 weeks ago, like, the decisions were made, but it was not enough.
Hey, we watched the Method video the other day, and Method lost all of their raiders. This is a totally different era in World of Warcraft, but this is a true fact. Method lost all of their players to Serenity, and they recruited an entire new guild, Rapid Eye Movement. The whole guild, plus like 2 officers and SCO. And they won in Trial of Valor and came in, well, they lost in Nighthold, but they were instantly competitive, right? With a massively new amount of people, but keeping, actually, that's kind of that would never happen you would have no chance. I don't even know why I'm talking about this, because the scene has changed so much, but yeah, they picked up, how many people did they say?
Announced yet? I think exactly 2 weeks ago, like, the decisions were made, but it was not announced yet. Oh, there we go. We got some primes as well. Easy clap, dude.
Let's get the primes going. No editing. W. Thanks for the subs. Let's keep it moving. Chat, why don't you all fucking sub to me? Let's talk about...
Tilted, though? Wait, my camera or which camera?
That. All right, we'll talk about that after this.
Thank you for the Prime, Marceloric, and Kush. Wait, memories of Kush. He's bad. Wait, did I get flamed because I didn't edit this out of the video? I just realized. We got these. Dude, he's savage. And he's right as well in this case. This should have been edited out. 3 new gentlemen into the raid. All hand-picked, recruited by me, guys. Also, the voice quality is a bit weird, right? Is this how I actually sound? Or is this from Max's stream? Wait, raise Ross talk. Sorry for the interruption. But I don't know. Suddenly we're evaluating my all hand-picked, recruited by me, guys. Yeah, this is way better quality. Something went weird when it went through a stream. The logs of the top teams, and that's I got access.
Yo, thanks for the primes, everybody. Thanks for the primes. Thanks for the subs. Let's keep it going.
To. Wait. And what? I was actually. Oh, he is. I think he's actually getting subs right now. I don't think he's making fun of me anymore. Actually, like out of people, I was like, damn. Like you just can't find people. And then I was like, wait, hold up,
bro. Charmy's forearms are fucking massive, dude. I bet that guy could lift up a car.
I thought he was continuously making fun of me, which was like making me feel weird a bit about it, but I guess that's not the truth. Even though the Legit guys joined Method, they just joined them, so they don't really have any big attachments. I could go and look at the Legit logs again, and initially I had looked at them a couple months ago, but I was only looking for a mage because Hopeful had just left, and we just needed a mage being OP, right? And Flex was also injured, and now actually Flex also, if you guys don't know, he is on a break. He might play next year, but it's not guaranteed. And
okay, I want to stop right there. So he said something there where I looked at their roster, but I looked at some players, but I was really only looking for a mage. So I think that's like a little bit of difference in our recruiting philosophy. Now, I majorly do not do recruitment anymore. A lot of that has been Scott for years, and Boomy's involved with it a lot. Bubba's involved with it a lot. But I've always been really interested, like, if a guild were to die, so Leggett, I think they died is what he said, like, if that guild dies and I'm looking at, like, their players, I'm less interested in getting a perfect role fit for exactly what class and spec my guild needs.
Okay, I think that's, if I remember this correctly, I think he's having a misassumption here. I think when I checked it, Leggett was not dying. Pretty sure it was not dying. We just checked Leggett because we had logs for it. In fact, we checked other teams as well. We checked, I believe, Fat Shark, yes, Leggett, Northern Sky, I don't know, and some other ones that had public logs, and then we got Arxis and Gob. I don't think Leggett was dying when I looked at them. Pretty sure they were not dying. In fact, I think if Method didn't recruit them, maybe they wouldn't even have died, because sometimes like these guilds just find a way to survive, you know?
And I'm more interested in getting who I talk, like if I were to poll their raiders and I would ask them like, yo, who's...
And also, I mean, we were like 30 people. Why would we recruit people for the bench? We just don't do that. If Clicks, Kush, and Canix did not leave, we wouldn't have not looked for new people. Because we just don't have the room. We don't want to recruit for the bench.
Who fucking owns from your guild? And they all say, like, yo, this dude's the GOAT. I don't give a fuck what that dude plays. I want to recruit that person. Right? I care a lot more about... Because I really think, like, the people that make an impact... Our guilds, the skill level at these two guilds is so fucking crazy high at a base level that, like, you could maybe find people that fit into that, but what really wins you races is how many people do you have that are that dude? You know? Like, I'm just gonna make up a number. Like, how many of people in your raid comp are like that? Let's just make up a number and say we have...
There's a surprising amount of people that are bad at multiclassing, though, even though they are good players. And also, they are like sometimes not motivated to multiclass, especially when they are trialing new and they are like they're in this trial status and they're coming into a big environment, tons of new tech that they need to deal with now, you know, sponsored deliverables and I don't know, flying to the event and things like that. You don't want to, on top of that, add that they play another new class as well. So we tend to not reroll our trials. We always reroll our raiders if we need to do it. Although with Yoka, actually, we put him on the monk because we didn't want to reroll our warriors since he's a main warrior. But yeah, I think he's just assuming right now that we had room for more players. And I thought Gab was the best player in that team. That's why we got him, not just because he's a mage. But yeah, we didn't have room for players, so we don't pay that much. I recruit whoever is the best. Well, the thing is, in his defense, these guilds, they don't pay their players, so, and also they are lower rank, so the best players have a tendency to just join the team that pays them and is higher rank.
Like 7 of those dudes, and maybe they have 7. I've never raided in that guild. I couldn't tell you who's built like that, but like the more amount of those people at this, now that I'm realizing it, like are really what's winning you races, right? And you're way more likely to get one of those. Like, I would hate to not recruit someone who's built like that because I'm currently looking for a mage, and they have this player who's fucking insane. But bro, I'll take any player that is actually built like that, and no matter what they play, and we'll make it work, because the amount of people that are that good in this game are so few that you would do whatever you can do to get them. So that's just one thing I find interesting, is that like it seems like they recruit more off of need of class. And we do as well, right? Like if you lose a certain class, you need coverage, you would rather get... So we did this recently where we recruited people basically because of what they played.
Nah, he's just wrong here. Yeah, he just misunderstood things.
This happens, but like when a guild dies, and maybe they did this too.
The guild was still alive when I recruited.
Right. But maybe this guy is that. Maybe he's built crazy.
He is built good, yeah.
I'm more interested in the super crazy gamers.
I don't know. Maybe he's just an analyst type of person. I don't know. He'll do what he can. So I had not looked at the other guys, but now I did again 2 weeks ago. After
the other guys left, yeah. That's another thing that you mentioned, yeah, is like they also have just more roster space, right?
Yeah.
They had 5 more people in the guild the first time you looked.
We got these 3 new gentlemen. I am very hyped to see all of them in action. And just so you know, Shamili, as his name says, he plays a shaman. Has other class outs as well, but I think he's pretty locked in on shaman, giving ours.
Yeah, I mean, this is okay. So this, there was maybe even the reason he's getting these questions, at least some of the ones that they talked about in this Reddit thing where they summarized it, where like I had a stream where I talked about it, but then like my clip editor made a clip of me talking about like the Echo losing player situation, which thank God he did that, so I don't have to keep answering that in stream. But a lot of questions came about that, and one thing I mentioned was, how do you know how much Echo is hurt by this, because you don't know who's replacing them, right? It doesn't always happen, and usually experience really matters, and you need to do things over time and stuff, but like, what if 1 or 2 of these guys are like crazy? And maybe they're built like that and they just lost a few players, but who knows if any of those players were built like that. And I promise you, none of you know unless you raid in that guild. There's a lot of people's names that have been doing this for a while that you know because they're streamers or because you follow this, and you just really don't know if people are built crazy style until you actually play with them. So maybe that
no one goes through the effort of like analyzing every single pull, but when you're playing with them, you're there every pull, and you know kind of. Even then, it's kind of hard sometimes. You still need to like look back and things, but yeah.
You don't know how much worse they're gonna be because you don't know how good these people are.
We really needed a second shaman since Clicks had left as well, and yeah, we just wanted to have like a locked-in shaman. Meaning we want to have on DK. If DK is good, not on shaman ideally.
Okay, he's giving some actual like insight into what people play. It's interesting.
Let's say next year, so we might.
He's always been a lot more open with stuff about that than I think I have, and I think I'm generally pretty open about that stuff. But like, I know one thing he's done is after tiers, he like goes on stream and like reviews everyone's performance from the guild, and I've always been like, bro, that's insane. Like, I'm gonna do it again next year. That. Like, I feel like we do all of this, and there's a lot of pressure on these players, and I'm not in the raid. with them, and like I'm solving problems and shit, but like I'm not about to go on here in front of thousands of people and create content out of their play. I just feel like,
Dude, I love how it twists to make me look as bad as possible saying these things. I do not give a fuck, yeah.
like that's a line being crossed in some way, and maybe that's stupid and that's not true, right? But like he just fucking sends it. I think it might be an EU gap.
That is actually true. I think it is an EU gap. I think there is a difference between the EU culture and American one here. That is true. But at the same time, I'm not really like flaming people like crazy or something. And I did actually check with the players that it is okay, and they're cool with it. And I told them anyone can DM me if they don't want it. Like I'm not gonna make it public either or something. Yeah, he's basically calling me toxic. Yeah, I'm aware of that. But it is also different in EU and US for sure. Like NA, people are a lot more emotional. I noticed too sensitive. Yeah, definitely. They are, I think they also interpret a lot of things to what you say. They think that you mean things when you say things that you don't mean. Yeah, it's different. Deutsches Intellekt. Yeah, I think it's a German thing maybe a bit as well. The Germans are complete opposite, I would say. Yeah. Then we have Charmy, who's a hunter. He is replacing Show basically. And we didn't have a second hunter right now. We could obviously reroll Jinji to it, but then Mage is good. Why would we? We could have rerolled Spen to it, who's playing a Warlock, and we have 3 Warlocks.
Not following him, guys. This is Scripes POV. We are reacting to a YouTube video right now. We are on YouTube.com.
Wait, who am I not following?
This is not my following list.
Oh, having a second like solid main hunter, and he also plays Shadow as an alt. Oh, people pay attention to the craziest shit, bro. That's wild. Yeah, indeed, I am not following these people. I don't even know them. I just know Preheat and him drinking Thorn on stream, and him doing the cease and desist. But even despite the drama, I didn't follow him. That's crazy, actually. That is wild by me. It's rusty from what I understand right now, but that's okay. Like he just didn't play it in some time, but he played in the past. That's good. Shadow and Hunter is good specs. They're like disjunct, as you would say.
That's a really good point.
Programming language. They don't share a lot of common.
That's a very
features.
Good point.
Hunter with the high mobility. More like focused burst AoE perhaps. I mean, okay, I guess now it's Shadow
and single target
AoE, but
versus the daughter.
Shadows look like better on spread out targets and lower mobility. So
yeah, there's a good chance that in one raid you would want one rather than the other. This has actually been a big issue with what this is true in our guild.
Wait, he says this is true as well. Wait, he got the virus from Sko.
And we have solved it through various different ways, but it was challenging. But a lot of guilds' Moonkins and Dev Evokers...
If he says more this is true, I'm going to make so much fun of him.
...are the same players. And then those people played AUG. So then, like, you have this triangle of Moonkins, Devs, and AUGs. And if you ever wanted AUGs... and then also Dev and Moonkin were good, basically every guild in the world, as far as I know, would be in a really weird spot because those are all the same people.
Yeah, we had it as well. But it also at the same time is the big thing with the Evoker and Druid is that they both give mana to the healer with Inner Weight and the thing from Evoker, I forgot its name, Source of Magic or whatever. And you rarely need that many. Like you always want like something in the raid so the healers can chill out with the mana, but you don't need that many, so it's fine if you have like if you have a druid, you don't need the evoker that much. If you have the evoker, you don't need the druid as much. So yeah.
And I don't really know what caused that specifically, but
I think that what I said
I find that to be very interesting.
It's a nice swap. Also, druid only has one, like, okay, feral I guess exists as well, but it has one DPS spec, so one caster DPS spec, so it's easier to learn another spec. Whereas the mages, they need to keep up to date with all specs. Yeah. Let's say if we need to have extra shadows, dropping the hunter for a shadow is good. And then lastly, Jokke, he was an officer as well. I think Shamili also at some point was an officer in Leggett, but Jokke was a current officer, and he plays warrior. So that was a bit of a weird situation because we obviously have really good warriors. So Jokke will be playing.
He said that they recruited officers, and I'm wondering if that matters. Like, if I'm recruiting a player, we're thinking about recruiting a player, does the fact that they were an officer in their previous guild mean anything to me?
Yes.
I think so. I guess it means that they're committed. It means they're willing to put in extra time. But, like, if you're doing this at this level, that is just so mandatory for everyone. Like, you would fall behind instantly if you weren't someone who's willing to do that.
It's also putting in extra time. Like, the thing is, it's not about just falling behind, right? It's about doing extra, and the officers are the people that chose to do extra in their previous skills, so it means that they're most suited for this as well.
So I don't really know if that matters.
Windfolker, that was his main alt.
Leadership skills? Yeah, but that's irrelevant, right? When you're recruiting someone most of the time, right? I guess like down the road they prove themselves, they become an officer or something like that. But that's when you're recruiting a player, like I just don't think that just doesn't really.
Leadership skills don't indeed matter that much, but the maturity of a person does, and that officers tend to be more mature than others. Not, always that the raiders are not mature, but yeah.
Really matter.
And he'll be maining Windwalker right now. Or freestyle is depending on the situation. Maybe we'll play three warriors, or we'll have also our warriors focus on some other classes if necessary. If they play those, maybe Jokke goes back on warrior. We'll see. It's a perfect combo, hunter plus sharpies. Yeah, that's what I thought, Stint, exactly. Is it getting to a point that you have to offer a sign-on bonus for these top-tier raiders, or it hasn't went that far yet? You mean like a payment on entry of the guild? We did do that maybe once, or maybe we contemplated it. I'm not sure.
This is really interesting. We've never done this, I don't think. Like in sports, there's a...
I still can't remember if we did it or not, guys. I remember this was spoken about. What we did is pay for their transfer costs sometimes, depending on the person. I remember that. But sign bonus, oh man, I don't think so.
Salary you sign on, you like sign a contract to go raid for someone, or to go play for someone, and then there's a signing bonus that's a part of that. Like I think there has been a little bit of a signing bonus in the past, and I'm talking ancient days before any of us ever had money from sponsors to pay anyone. Sometimes you would transfer someone's characters for them. This is like legit 10 years ago, but it was like, I remember recruiting someone, and part of our thing was that we would pay for their transfers. I think that's kind of a signing bonus, isn't it? But that doesn't happen now. But also they make money now. You know what I'm saying?
We may have done. I think it does happen now in their guild as well, as far as I know. So I don't know. Maybe he's just not aware of it, but that would be crazy if I'm aware of it and he's not. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of method. I don't know, but I could swear I heard this before. That's with a raider. I don't remember it honestly. But to these guys, honestly, they didn't give too many fucks about the money. I'm not gonna lie. They were more. They are getting paid more here than in method, but they did not give a fuck about the money.
Wait, so these players were in method, or Leggett was going to join method, or a lot of them were, and then they poached them from going to method to go to Echo. So that's why the method payments are relevant. Hopefully I'm following that.
They were already in method.
Or maybe they were already trialing in method. Okay. Sure, Bud Kappa. All right, here's one thing. This is like what I was saying before. I 100% believe what he's saying is true, because like I don't know him super well, but I imagine he has enough like dignity and like could feel shame to where he wouldn't just openly lie about that. Like if you're someone in method that knows that what he's saying isn't true, it would be so fucking weird for him to make that up. You know what I'm saying? And I actually do believe
it's so weird that he's analyzing my behavior like this as well. What the fuck?
Them, right? Why do So only 3
About something as trivial as this as well.
of those 11 players joined, and some of you guys are questioning whether, they actually don't care about the money. Like, yeah, maybe you'd go and do an interview and you actually say that. Sure, maybe you care more about... There's definitely players who care more about winning than money. Also,
It's because these guys have full-time jobs, guys.
think about
They just make way more money IRL.
who actually makes it to the level to rate it world first, right? Is it people that have had to, like, fucking grind through their life and, like go to school and college and work while getting better? To be honest with you, that's very rare. Usually who
Loves flaming you indirectly. Yeah, he would love for me to have lied about this and then coming out and he's saying like, oh my god, he did not have the dignity. It's just so funny though.
makes it to this level is people that have a pretty good way of living their life,
Sarah was in the chat as well. What is happening, dude?
and they either can live with their parents for a long period of
Max's
time and
chat.
their parents aren't kicking them out and telling them they need to go do some other shit, or and that oftentimes means they come from a decent place of money. They don't have to go get a job, right? I'm not saying like they're rich or their family's rich or whatever, but that whole philosophy is true. Like, a lot of players you meet, the reason they got to this level is they have infinite time to play games, right? So is it likely that people wouldn't care about money more likely because of that rather than really needing money? Also, super depends on what country you live in, right? You can live in a country with a worse
These are all
economy,
true things though.
and how much you make from a job there is a lot actually closer to how much you can make in a Race to World First guild versus like America or something, or a more developed country. So I don't know what country. Oh, I guess they're from Sweden. Sweden's like pretty chill to live in as far as I could tell. Like, it's actually really nice to live there. So I don't know if that really has any element to it, but just like another factor that can exist with other players. Yeah. So, and I totally believe that was the case. Like, if there's someone who cares more about winning than making money, apparently they are making more money from Echo than they are in Method, which I believe because he said it. And I really believe in like that it would be so fucking weird to lie about that. So that's true, right?
Why do I think this is so weird that he's doing this?
And I believe that they truly care about winning, and they didn't just say that in an interview because that kind of lines up with why you would leave Method to go here. Like, hopefully I'm not...
Dude, this is so weird. I don't know. Am I the only one? This is it.
Bursting any bubbles for you guys, but Echo has a significantly higher chance of winning the next Race to World First than Method does. Right? So if you're a player that can choose between the two and you're being poached from Echo, even if you're already in Method, and you care about winning, that's a choice you can make, you know? So... yeah, that is that's cool. We're gonna keep it moving.
Because Method did offer to keep them basically, but they wanted to get to the guild with highest chance of war first. Because also both
Ooh. He said
what's
he wants
happening?
to go. They want to go to the guild that has a higher chance of winning world first. Now, I just said before he said it that is true. They do have a higher chance of winning world first, but it does go extremely hard that he just ripped that shit just straight off the dome, and he's right. But you know, there's a lot of people that would want to.
His reacts are so funny when he's doing it.
Be
Oh my
really,
god, I need to create more content just so Max reacts to it and I watch it.
like, you know, more like, what's the word I'm looking for?
He did say it for me. God damn,
Dude,
dude.
my brain ain't working. Diplomatic. There we go.
Okay, and Charmy have jobs. Shamidi does part-time jobs. These guys have full-time jobs, guys.
Oh, really?
All right, basically full-time, let's say, with more flexible hours. So
Oh yeah, I think that's more of a thing in EU. Like, when we do not have a lot of players who have full-time jobs, because at least if living in NA, having a full-time job and then being able to do what will be... So we would have had to take 2 weeks off for races now. Let's say this next raid comes out in August. I believe 3 raids in a year, right? This is going to come out within a year of Nerebar Palace. I believe that's correct. In America,
that's true, yeah.
you can't really do that. So you can't even come close.
I mean, it depends on the job, right? In EU, you can't also do it in a normal job, but everyone has like different kinds of jobs. Sometimes you can work ahead of time and then take extra days off. With Yoke, they have like this seasonal high traffic times, kind of like the WoW race actually. So he has kind of a race to war first, but it's about some tax stuff. I think he works as some as a lawyer or something, I think. And there's certain times of the year, I guess, where it goes a bit crazy. So as long as that doesn't overlap, he's good, kind of, is what he said. And it doesn't seem to be overlapping in the near future. And with Charmy, he works at a hospital as doing something, but he said his hours is quite flexible and he can make it work. So, yeah. I don't know.
Close to doing 6 weeks off in a year for most jobs.
Aside from that, we only have Velo, who's doing full-time. It has a full-time job. And I think Zazi also has a job, but it's a family business or something like this. And I think that's it. So it's not that many people on our side either when it comes to the players.
Jobs, right? So yeah,
Velo
that's
is
an
not
EU
a
diff
model.
right there.
It could have been. They don't give a fuck about money, PTL there. They just want to win. Which is something I really like.
Or you can do the tag strat, and what Tags was doing for a while was he would like join a new job, play there for like 1 tier. He would take time off. He was in tech, and he would take time off for the first raid he had with the job, and then for the second raid, when he couldn't take job, he would quit and get a new job and just do that again.
Obviously, because I'm paying the money. That is something.
No, that's not it. That's not just why. Okay, it's not because it costs me less.
No, it's. I do like people that have real jobs as well. Honestly,
Okay.
more. Even though they have less time to commit
I can see the vision.
to the game,
They're more
often.
adult.
Like, I don't want to flame the people that don't have jobs, but
Just before he says this, just for clarity, I actually can't speak for Echo, but I'm pretty sure this is most likely. I want to say 80
will
to
say it
90%
before
of Race
me.
World First Raiders do not have a job.
they tend to be more like disciplined and how do I word this nicely? No, I don't think I can, guys. I don't think I can.
I mean, I feel like okay, who is going to be more likely to be responsible? Someone who has stayed home their entire child and adult life and has played video games all day, or someone who has
Yeah,
actually
I'll
had
make
to
that same point
live
in a
by
sec.
themselves, pay their bills, and work a job? It is like
Calm down, Narco.
it's inarguably the second person, right? So it's not even controversial what he's saying at all.
Now, when I say real jobs, I mean like full-time, like not necessarily full-time, but yeah, I mean, I guess real jobs where it's not just about gaming. It happened to turn into a job. It shows that they are like willing to make some sacrifices to advance in life, in a way. Whereas the gamers, most of them, they just want to advance in game. They don't
Bro, we're starting right at 10 a.m. Bro, I go to bed at 10 a.m.
give a fuck, but they just need money to survive, which is a problem. Like, I want people to care about their life a bit more as well, because all of our raiders, they could work part-time without a problem. Sure, maybe during the race they would need to like,
I asked what time Shaq woke up for a meeting last week before raid testing, and he said, I haven't gone to bed yet.
find a specific job that gives them time
Oh,
off,
dude.
or
The amount of times I've witnessed this as well is too crazy, guys.
they would need to like stop working for the time. But like, you can still do things. There's a lot of jobs you can do, you know, like in a more flexible way. You could even work at Echo and like apply to some job and try some things. We had, for example, Frago do some things for Echo in the past. We have some officers doing some stuff like from the on the business side of Echo, you know.
Why did I just say that
You
as
could
if
do
we were in
OnlyFans,
conversation?
that's true. Our guys are quite handsome,
Fuck is-
though
I guess they don't look too bad.
I'm not sure if that's the best career path. They're more efficient with their time, so it's more limited. Why do I keep scratching my head, dude? Now I'm scratching my beard. What's wrong with me? That's true as well, yeah. That's true. I mean, it definitely has its disadvantages as well, because, yeah, if they need to work more or something, you know, they also rely on that money, so they can't just say, like, fuck it, I'm gonna go full ham on the race.
Dude, by the way, I'm not even flaming this because this is like all of my
no.
content. But I guess like when I upload stuff to YouTube, I have someone edit it to be at least a little bit more like straight to the point. But I kind of
Getting
respect
flamed
just
again.
taking a Twitch VOD and just actually ripping it on YouTube and not giving a fuck.
But
You also don't have to pay an editor that way.
it's nice to have.
I would never think about doing that because I think Franck adds infinite
Have some
to my
of them at
content.
least. I want to see where this goes. We got flamed again, guys. Can go bad as well. I know sometimes people just, especially it's crazy. He didn't even flame my editor. He flamed me. If they also have a family or I don't know. Okay, I don't want to say this word. I will get flamed. Like me, for example, I have a family. I have a wife, kids. Right? Like you also get less time to put into the game, whereas if you have no other responsibilities, you can. I'm trying to dance around
Yeah, but like that, I think that there's a level of that that's healthy and good, though.
the word. You
Of
guys know
course.
what I mean, I think. But you can focus more time into the game, which can be a bonus. But at the same time, you become a no-lifer, and that can be a negative as well. So I think it's more about how the person deals with it, honestly, rather than what the situation is. And I had a good feeling with these two guys. So then Echo kind of traded 3 players. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if there were other players. No, we took more players from Method. Because, I mean, but in this last week's, yes. But before that, we also had the Verb.
I would want to see, like, the difference in their players. Like, I want to see the movement between Method and Echo specifically over the last few years. Because there was, like, people who went back and forth. I find that really interesting.
Join. Let me check our trials. True. I guess Andy came from Method and went back to Method. I don't know who else came from Method and went back. Or the other way around. Tanner? True, yeah, Tanner as well. Jimmy, just I don't even know what happened with Jimmy. Didn't we part ways with Jimmy like long time ago, and then at some point he joined Method? I don't even know. Tobo went to Liquid, or I mean, yeah, we may have taken Tobo from. I'm thinking about the people who went back and forth. Yeah, I guess I'm not thinking about old Method because that is basically like all the players went with us, right? It's just Sko that didn't come. So it's I'm thinking more about people who we recruited from the new Method that came to Echo and went back. I think it's just Andy and Tanner. He was getting married. He joined Echo when it was formed, right? Yeah, I think so. Was a future a long time, wasn't he? How's your relationship with Method nowadays? I don't really have a relationship with Method, I would say. Oh, we're gonna get flamed. Is it actually just Krona, Yoko, Gabsuri, Arxis, Spencer? Oh, Spencer as well. Verb and Spencer also came from Method to us. So we got 5 players from Method.
Is Spen the only player to have been in Liquid, Echo, and Method? Oh no, Tobo. Tobo was in all 3, I believe, as well, right? Wasn't Tobo in Method very briefly? Oh, and now. Yeah. Yeah, and now. Okay, but the Spen lore is way more funny though because he was the Go Method guy. Like in Eternal Palace, we had someone steal a Font of Power in our run. They traded the guy who looted it. The guy thought he was a Liquid Raider, gave it to him. He said Go Method in Say Chat.
That's crazy.
And then like took the item and left. And then a
Oh,
year
it's
later
Spen?
he was in and then now he's been in Method, Liquid, and Echo.
In total,
That's actually
after this
crazy
race?
lore.
We have a lot of new trials. I did not know about this. We need to keep a close eye on this guy. Also, like this tier, we have the most amount of tries. I mean, they also got Andy, but yeah, like I said, I think previous stream, like we were planning to demote Andy, so he was.
Ooh. Yeah. See, now that's okay. So, well, I guess it makes sense. You have like public opinion of your guild being like, oh, you guys are losing a bunch of talent. But like, if you come out and say, and again, I 100% believe he's right. I don't think he's making that up. I had heard something to that effect as well before that
Oh,
happened.
God bless. He's not saying I might be lying and it would be really awkward if it came out. This time we didn't get flamed in that way. But now he's going to say it's really bad that I'm saying this publicly.
Regardless, it would just, again, like, I know some people in chat are like question people's beliefs, and regardless of whether you trust me or trust him or anything like that, if you think about it, being him live on stream and he wasn't going to demote Andy, everyone liked Andy in the guild, he was a great player, they weren't going to demote him. You know what I'm saying? That all could have been true. I met Andy Brew at BlizzCon, and he was a chill dude. But
People
like,
did like Andy.
him not going to demote him and just saying that, basically, if you were to type Kappa to that, your thought is, oh, he's just saying that to save face for his guild. That would be so fucking weird that I just simply do not believe it could happen to that person. Like, just imagine you're Andy and you're like, what? Yeah.
To be fair, I did this to Max as well when the whole blind rating stuff happened, that I was like, nah, it would be way too fucking weird if he actually wasn't blind. So I don't believe that is the only time though. He's doing it on everything I say.
Oh, like, you know if you're gonna get demoted or not. Like, if that would be so fucking weird. So I believe that's true. That being said, we have had players picked up to other guilds in the race that we were not trying to keep. But I also definitely, when people ask me about it on stream, I'd be like, yeah, you know, like, good luck in the new guild. I would never say like, well, we were gonna demote them, because I just feel like that's kind of like, it doesn't end up mattering, and it's kind of like, who actually gains anything from this? Like, I guess you're just like, all you're doing is like slandering for this person. I guess maybe in a way you're saving some face for your guild. Like, hey guys, it's not really that bad we lost this player, because that turns out they fucking stink and we were going to get rid of them. Like,
Ali does not stink or is not bad. We were just planning to demote him, so that's literally the only thing. I really like Andy, actually. He's one of my favorite people that I've played with in this game. Especially also because we did the Destiny 2 adventures and it was really fun. So I don't know why it sounds so like I'm flaming him or something. We were just planning to demote him. It's just a fact. That's it.
a little bit like that. I don't know. I've had the opportunity to do that before, and I remember thinking, like, it's kind of fucked up, even if it's correct, you know?
It worked fine, let's say. I'm glad that it worked out for him there.
True flags, true.
But in general, we were more aggressive with our roster changes as well. Which kind of also triggered the... Now, if he's flaming this, I'm curious what he's going to flame in the next part. Clicks leaving and Cushion Canix going with him. Because we told, you know, I think I mentioned it last year, like, Clicks was unhappy with a lot of things, and we told him that he needs to either be happy or he needs to go find a different guild type of thing. That is us being aggressive.
So Click's already unhappy with the... yeah.
I think if he did not say anything, he probably would have just stayed in the guild and would have not enjoyed his life. So it was a good thing, let's say, for everyone, I think. What kind of things he was unhappy with? Honestly,
so Clicks was a mutual thing. I mean, yeah, if you have someone in your guild that's like super unhappy or is a bad vibes guy or something, even if they're good at the game, it can definitely be a positive for them to be gone. Now, them going to your opponent, which I don't really know how, and I can't speak for them, like how Echo views Method. Like, I imagine Echo ever losing to Method would be like completely tragic. Would that... I feel like Echo might... I hope I'm not speaking out of my ass. I feel like if that ever happened, I feel like Echo might actually die. But I also, I wouldn't bet money that happens.
Would Liquid die if Method won against Liquid? I'm curious. That would be interesting.
Example, unless Echo died, for what it's worth. But
that would be interesting to see.
Yeah, I don't know. They let me hear this again.
A lot of good thing, let's say, for everyone, I think. What kind of things he was unhappy with? Honestly, a lot of things, man. A lot of things. We did something where we're paying healers more, and he wasn't happy with that because healers were like really hard to find for us and a big problem. So now healers are getting more money than DPS players.
Wait, say that again?
Something where we're paying healers more, and he wasn't happy with that because healers
So Clicks wasn't happy with
were like really hard to find for us and a big problem. So now healers are getting more money than DPS players typically.
Yeah, that's interesting. So we don't do that. I don't know, like our pay structure of our guild is like there's a bunch of different levels. There's like first joining the guild, there's like veteran player, there's like best veteran player. Like for example, you could raid 1 tier in our guild and be someone we want in on every boss, and you put the time in and farm, and you'll make as much as anyone in the guild. You're at the highest tier.
Wait, what?
Example, you could raid 1 tier in our guild and be someone we want in on every boss, and you put the time in and farm, and you'll make as much as anyone in the guild. You're at the highest tier.
As if you're good, he's saying.
It's not something you have to earn over time. You can be that person right away, if you were that good, right? So not as much seniority, but it's like your value to the guild and also the time you put in. You have to put in a lot of effort outside the race. We have players that are like goated and we want them in on.
It sounds like they have players put different amount of time and get payment based on that as well. It's not just skill, but also like if you get higher paid, you put more time in. We don't have that. We did consider that in the past, but I haven't done it so far at least.
Every boss, but their effort and farm isn't
Actually,
very high.
We do it,
and they know
we
that.
do it for Velo a little bit, yeah, because he has a full-time job and he can attend. He's not as attentive, let's say, with things, or cannot put the same amount of effort.
And we've talked to them in the past and be like, hey, dude, like, we love you as a player, but like we have to dock your pay because like we can't be paying you as much as this person who's going to be playing just as much as you, and you just don't log in for like half of your raids, and you know, you like mailing it in farm, if that's the way you can like make sense of doing this, which it totally sucks, it makes sense, but also you're comparing that against people who are actively doing more to like help us in farm. So like there's all kinds of levels to that. So we have that, but we don't pay healers more. But I do see the reason. Like if you're Echo and you feel like, and I'm not saying this is true, but you're like, healing is such a concern for us. If we don't start winning races, we don't know how many more sponsors we can accrue. We have to win. Healing is the hardest role. Healers are by far the hardest thing to recruit for and to find people that are good enough at this level to do this. So we want to restructure our pay.
It's so weird that he's thinking of this as like, if we don't win, we might not get sponsors. Like it's like as if the end goal is to get sponsors and money, but the end goal is actually winning for most of us in the game. So it's kind of weird how he is talking about this. Like I didn't think of getting a healer to get more money at all. It was to win. Like we need to win. I mean, that's how what we were doing. We're not just doing this to get money, right? It's a bit weird. I think we could probably make money without winning. I don't know. Such a weird statement. I've never thought about it this way, let's say.
To where healers make more than the rest of our raid because of supply and demand. It's harder to find them. There's fewer of them available. Yeah. It's a harder job. So we are going to invest more of our money to shore up that part of our guild. Now, is there logic to that, right? If you're doing, like I said, we don't do that. But, like, could I see us doing that in a similar situation? Maybe. I don't know. Because, like, the thing is, like, you can try to make sure everything's fair and everyone's making the same amount. And if people are putting in the effort, they're getting paid the highest tier. But what happens when you don't get enough good healers and then you just lose and your guild dies and now no one makes any money, right? That's the threat. So I mean, it's pretty basic economics, right? But
again, it's not just about the guild dying because we don't have enough healers. It's about winning. We think getting the healer will give us the best chances of winning, and people want to win. Yeah.
You can see the effect it can potentially have. Like, I'm not saying this is what caused the clicks thing. He's talking about clicks here, but he says, yeah, Clicks wasn't happy with like healer. I think that's what he's saying is like Clicks wasn't happy with healers making more than him, especially like a new healer like Suri just coming in right away and just making more than players who have been there for years. Could that be the best decision for your guild to not die and to compete at the highest level? Yes. But also there's going to be fallout from that. I mean, we talked about this the other day when we watched the method video. Guys,
Guys, I'm rebuilding Rem if we don't win Mana Forge.
when this is initially a passion thing, people do this because they love it. At some point, there is a line where it's like, yes, you can love it, but when you start adding money into this, it just gets fucking weird. It's so weird. There's still issues with it. But we were talking about when it was first getting introduced to the scene. It was infinitely worse, but like it's still just a thing, you know. So I totally can understand that.
Definitely, money does complicate things. Yeah. So he was not happy with that. He was not happy with. It would be a lot easier if money was not involved to manage the guild. That's definitely true. For some people, it doesn't matter at all, but for some, it does a lot. Some like I don't actually remember all of it, but there were some things he was not happy. I remember after Firak, even though we won, he was not happy with. I don't remember what, but some like raid leading related stuff. He was not happy that I wasn't playing the game enough. Yeah. You know, wow. I wonder if Max has that as well. Because I heard that he skips some gameplay, even more than me, actually.
Wow.
Okay. What? You know,
Wow.
Wow. Okay. I don't know. Just, he was not happy with some business stuff, I think, as well. I don't know. I remembered these things when we were talking to him, obviously. But honestly, after he left, I was like, it's fine. Like,
So not playing the game enough. That's something I think about a lot. When I first started doing the like rating from outside thing, I made it a point every patch to like still play a guy and stay up to date on the game because like things can change over time. I also thought it was important that new people who are joining this guild that haven't actually played with me, I want them to know that I can play the game. You know, if I have to tell them something in progression that, you know, emotions are high. You're trying as hard as you can. Maybe you haven't eaten a lot. Maybe you're a little behind on sleep. You're a week into this thing. You just made a mistake in front of 50,000 people, and that's the first time you're dealing with this. And then now you have a raid leader that you've never actually played with trying to fix a problem. I'm not coming at you personally, but I'm trying to fix a problem, which involves acknowledging that you made a mistake. And that's really, really, you guys can think that's easy. That's really hard to do sometimes. And having a baseline level of respect there as much as possible is really important. So that's what I wanted to do. That being said, I haven't been super into the game in a while. Only like 2 of the last 3 raids I've like actually played and gotten cutting edge with a lot of the players in farm. But I also don't see a need to like really do that. I also think a lot of the respect that new players would have for me coming in is that I've done my job at this level for a long time with success now. And that could be the reason that you can respect what I'm trying to say to you, right? Rather than having actually played with me. Also, that's just based on passion. I only really play the game when I want to have fun. He's in my position too. I can promise you, once you move yourself out of the raid and you stop having to like gear up all these characters and stuff, and you love what you do, you like get super into this outside the raid thing, you just become a little detached from the game. I don't even know if it's possible to have that not happen.
To a degree, yeah, but I think I might be enjoying the game still more than what Max, how much he enjoys it. I'm not sure. Because I remember him playing at times, like pushing keys and stuff with random people, but yeah. It's definitely true that you do get a bit detached compared to before, right?
I'm also not around in farm as much. I have other people.
You don't even play the game, bro. Not really, but yeah, I mean, sometimes you miss like the obvious things and it's just weird, right? Like there will be like some new thing, I don't know, some hot fix that was done during farm, or the players agreed upon a new rule during farm. I don't know, or there's like a new meme, like a code word for popping bloodlust. I can think of as a thing, and then they say it and then you're like, what are you talking about? And it's just weird. You're not aligned with the team. These kind of things can happen. But in general, like during the race, it doesn't matter, I would say, as long as you're up to date with things that matter.
People raid lead a lot of farm, mostly because I would just quit. Like, when I do this like 21st man thing in the race world first, I'm so stimulated. There are I love problem solving, and there are actually an infinite amount of problems to be solved at any point. And because I'm not worrying about playing a character, I can just fucking get to work on all of that. And it's fascinating. It's my favorite thing I do in my whole life. It's awesome. The problem with farm is that all of your worth and all of the fun that comes with that is gone. You've already solved every problem there is to solve. Most of the time, every now and then there's like nerfs, and you're now reducing a healer, and there's like new things, and those are kind of fun. But most of what makes you love doing this is completely gone.
It sounds like he also would like to be not a raid leader at times, but just an analyst actually, and just make strats and sort of like tell what to do, but not like in the moment shot calling. Because in the moment shot calling is quite different. It has its own like fun parts to it. But the endless problem solving is more something you do in between pulls. Like deciding which strategy to go with and things like that. I mean, sometimes raid leading in-game does help you make the better decisions, but I don't think it's necessarily needed. So I would be curious to see, like, I mean, it'll never happen because he has a stream, right? But him being an analyst, like, would he be enjoying that as well? Or does he just enjoy the shot calling? And I don't know how much... a lot of viewers sort of spreadsheets. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah. I don't know.
Calling things out when they're about to happen is such a minor part of this at this level.
Exactly.
And I can't stand it. It's like sitting here watching paint dry. Other than just hanging out with your friends, which is fun, which is why you love getting back into like testing and stuff. But I don't know. If I'm Scripe, I mean, obviously biased. I'm in the same position he's in, right? But like at a certain point, it's hard to just play the game just to like do it, because it's just completely not fun. And really what motivates all of us at this level of doing this is having fun, you know?
Yeah, for me, it's also, yes, this tier I played in one raid every week, and I mainly did it to hang around with the boys, really. And I mean, also somewhat like have a feeling for the game, how to play and stuff like that, how hard certain things are, and if what I'm saying is like, yeah, just staying up to date. I think it is good. But yeah, now that PTR started, for example, and there's so much work to do, I don't really play anymore. And I think that is the best use of my time. But yeah, this is for the best.
Are you not afraid of deteriorating your skill? I
think the skill is already deteriorated, guys, both for Max and for me.
Not really, because like if I ever get super into a game, I can get into it. Like right now, if I were to try to like raid, like a Race to World First came out, and like I was like, okay, I have to play now, and I haven't been playing for like 6 months, I'd be washed the fuck up, because
yeah,
how the fuck could you not be? Anyone would be after not playing for that amount of time. Like you'd be fucking horrible. You just haven't been doing what's necessary to be playing at this level in any game, you know? But I'm not in, so I don't care. I care about getting better at what I have to do. As far as like playing WoW in general, if I ever got super into the game and wanted to play Mythic Plus, this actually happened last expansion. You can like play like all the time for like 3 weeks, and it's like riding a bike, bro. You get like all that shit back. Like it usually takes for me like 3 weeks to a month to feel like I'm playing as good as I've ever played. But you're right, like is there any concern about like, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Maybe if you play really hardcore for 3 weeks, maybe. But even then, I mean, you will be still better if you played in between. And yeah, I would say maybe 3 weeks is a bit short. Yeah, I would say for me it would be more like a couple months. Ideally a race. Like if I played one race, the next one I would be really good. Or at the end of the race, I would be pretty good as well. Because obviously, like getting better at rating, getting better at plus is not the same thing, right?
If you're gonna be washed the fuck up if you're not actively playing the game. That's just no matter who you are. That's correct. So yeah, I guess I don't really worry about it, because that part isn't necessary for me being valuable to this guild, and that's the only thing I care about.
It's always good to do more. I mean, this is a thing as well. I've had also criticism like, oh, I should know everything about every healer. I should know everything about every class. Like, it's just, yeah, those things all would be nice. It's just at some point you have to make a decision what you want to do, right? Like, you can't just 24/7 be studying WoW. So you put a certain level of effort in it, and yeah, so that is sometimes not enough to research spec enough or whatever, or know everything about everything. And the shit talk method so much. He didn't shit talk method to us, at least. I don't remember this.
Wait, who's he talking
and
about?
the shit talk method so much. He
Clicks,
didn't
I
shit
guess.
talk method to us, at least. I don't remember this.
Clicks? I'm not sure.
What are we talking about? No, I was just mentioning that Clicks was unhappy at Echo.
I don't know if Clicks was one of the dudes that was always like slinging shit at our guild back in the day. Usually that's Genji, one of their rogues.
I did hear that Liquid doesn't like Clicks, so I don't even know if that's true. Or Clicks doesn't like Liquid, one of these things. But I don't know how much true that is as well. Because if you're actually a CEO of an organ, I think he has to deal with that business side of things. Yeah, I think he is just like a content creator as well, right? That's the big difference. Whereas I'm a baby content creator plus CEO, whereas he is full content creator, and on top of that, we do the rate leading stuff.
And that's like pretty much it.
Yeah,
I don't think it was Clicks. I think Clicks might have had like a nice burn on Goop one time. Like Goop might have like tweeted some dumb shit after a raid and he like fucking body slammed him. I think that was Clicks.
it was mostly with like the management of Echo. It wasn't really with the players in Echo. But yeah, I mean, it's a tough problem, right? If you are not happy with the management, because you obviously make a lot of decisions, and
I honestly think that problem is irreversible. I think if you are a player that does not have trust in your leadership of the guild, and they're either making that known and they're, kind of a problem because of that, I don't know if that problem is fixable, because how do you regain their trust? I guess you can just win. Like, even if they don't really trust, you're just winning, so I guess you can trust that whatever it is, it's...
Well, I mean, even if when we won, Clicks was not happy, so I don't think that solves it either, guys. Yeah. The first situation with Clicks was out of Iraq, so...
It's working. I just don't even know how you ever turn that around, though, unless they become part of that process and see that you are trustworthy.
We're not going to leave, so... And I mean, we also had a lot of things that we agreed upon, by the way. Like he understood a lot of things as well, but I just think he wasn't happy with the results. Like in the end, whatever it is, Yeah, don't want to speak in his behalf too much. I mean, you can ask him if he streams why he left Echo. And he also gets.
I mean, no one's gonna be like keep it all the way 100% a buck on live on stream, because you still have friends in that guild and you don't want to,
more paid in Method. So that's also another reason, obviously. But what started the whole thing is that he was unhappy. I think if he was happy here, even if he got paid a little bit more, he wouldn't have left.
Yeah, like the idea of join. Okay, like if you're just to be clear, by the way,
I think it's similar with Suri, by the way. Although I don't know how unhappy he was there or how happy he was here in comparison. But yeah, it's a similar thing, right? Like money is a good incentivator or whatever it's called, like a good incentive to join, but definitely not the only thing for anyone, really.
When you guys are hearing people joining another guild because you're making more money, you're talking about pretty much any time that is happening. You're talking about making a couple $100 more a month, by the way. No one in this scenario, no established member of any guild is going to another guild and increasing their monthly income by $1,000 a month, or maybe probably even half of that. So you have to think, why would someone actually leave? Like, yeah, okay, depending on your financial situation, a couple $100 more a month could really, really matter, especially depending on what country you live in. But the idea of doing that and leaving your friends, and in some cases potentially leaving your region, there's so much more that goes into that when someone leaves a guild, it's most likely due to a fundamental misunderstanding with the guild's like goals or vision, or just not wanting to be there anymore, and you're using the money as part of it. Like this, no one at this level would be good enough to do this if they were really money motivated as to like why they're doing this. It's actually just complete nonsense. Like, you have to just love this with every fiber of your being for a really long time until you're potentially good enough to do this. It's a requirement. So like the money is entirely extra. it's more the reason anyone's leaving a guild more likely is to do with like life balance, right? Like one thing that's true is like Suri left to Echo, and it is true that he is making more in Echo than he would have made here. But he also had friends that were applying to Echo. He also is he's not like a normie, but he likes to like see sunlight. Rating NA hours from EU, especially if you have other obligations, when you constantly have to stay up super late and like you have to wake up for meetings and stuff, it's like it takes a toll on you. And you could join initially and win and do all that stuff, and that's okay, but eventually it'll really run its course. Like when Wolf Disco left our guild for Echo a while ago, he's back now, but like when he left, he was rating NA hours in a world first guild, having to have a ton of characters on this. He was doing EU MDI, and to prep for the EU MDI, he had...
I actually thought Wolf was EU. Was Wolf from NA? I didn't even realize this.
Had to level characters on EU and play live keys. And then he had an EU schedule MDI practice on top of NA schedule raids. And on top of all of that, the last raid he raided in our guild before he left and then came back, he killed 0 mythic bosses. So at a certain point, you just got to ask yourself, like, what the fuck am I doing here? Like, no amount of money or winning or any of that can make up for this situation just being shit for specifically that person.
Oh, he's saying why he joined Echo. I get it now.
Right? So there's like for example, basically what I'm saying is like Suri leaving had more to do with him probably just wanting to be on an EU schedule or be in Echo instead of this guild than any amount of money. Right? That has to be true. I think that's probably true for most anyone that leaves these guilds. It is very unlikely to be a money thing.
Yeah, I think it is for the best though. I'm happy, honestly, not just for us, but also for Clicks. So I don't want any, like, I didn't want him to be sad, and now he's happier in Method. I'm happier in Echo. Everything is good, dude. It was a weirdly quite like adult way to part ways, let's say. This is true.
It's still so annoying though. Like, I know I had that YouTube video recently basically saying that, like, dude, I don't even know if this affects Echo at all. All these people are saying like Method's gonna win the race or beat Echo. I'm basically just like, I just don't know where, like, obviously they could win the race, but like the idea that beat Echo is like, it's so unlikely. And people were putting a lot of stock into that exact action that happened. But dude, if you are Echo, that discourse has to be so annoying to you. You know, like, he's probably not going to mention that, but dude, going live and just being like, bro, Method's got it this tier, and people are actually serious about that, that's got to just boil your fucking blood. It'll boil my blood.
Was Timber more on your radar? I don't even know. Not that much, honestly, but I mean, it's a good motivator, I guess. I don't think it made me that, it didn't tilt me that much or anything. But it is always good to get some motivation if your competition is getting stronger. I mean, it is true that they got stronger, right, than before. I think we got stronger as well, so I'm generally happy. I mean, the goal is to get over first, not to beat Method. Oh, who Timber Maw is, or what that is.
Dude, get fucking hooed. Oh my god, Timber.
Wait, what?
He doesn't even know you, dog.
Oh, is that a player?
Oh my god. Is that even a player? Who are you, kid? You are nothing to me. He even started to look you up and then he gave up.
Ah.
Oh my god, bro. Who are you?
I didn't hear about him once he joined Liquid. I didn't know.
Oh, bro. Your only value is that you're in this guild, by the way.
Was he from the US? I don't know.
Dude. Who is that?
Is he really famous or something, or what? Did you see memeing? Imagine not having drama in WoW guilds and acting like adults. Yeah, dude.
I mean, dude, having 2 guilds in the region that are both have goals for #1 is always infinite drama, though. I don't think those guilds can ever get... You could run a simulation 1,000 times. Midwinter and Blood Legion and NNA, us and Midwinter, us and BDG... Even though those weren't like super close, you just actually can't get along. It's so volatile. You can even be cool. You can have dinner at BlizzCon or whatever and be like, our guilds get along now. And I've seen this happen so many times where all it takes is one person to tweet one thing or like a clip from someone's stream.
Oh shit. We killed the video. What the fuck? Wait, I need to find it again.
Kind of interesting. I browsed through this whole their raiders.
More like focused burst AoE for.
Oh.
Parents aren't kicking them out and then like took the item and left. But there's definitely players who care more about winning than money and work a job.
It is where we dude. For everyone, I think.
The play now, and I haven't been playing for like 6 months.
Oh, you're quite close to finishing though.
Boys, we got the proc.
Unfortunate. With that kind of history, right? It's a unique thing to Method. Long now, and I've seen this happen so many times where all it takes is one person to tweet one thing or like a clip from someone's stream, and they can say something so innocuous like, hey guys, I think we can actually win next year, which is what they should say, because you have to believe you can win if you're putting in this effort to actually fucking do this. You have to think that. There's nothing wrong with thinking that. And then you just see, and then that Twitch video just gets linked in the Raider channel of our Discord, and everyone's mad. Wait, you guys think you can fucking beat us? Fuck you. Already hate each other, right? It could be something that.
I don't think I would hate anyone at Method because they think they can actually win now or whatever. I couldn't care less, honestly.
Usually worse than that, but like it really can be that simple, and it's impossible to get along, you know. Max, are there any potential NA guilds to be a Method to you guys? Nah, because I think basically anyone without too much stock in the WoW rating scene just knows at this point. Like, dude, the whole era of people buying like WoW guilds trying to compete, Lazarus Imperative, BDG being picked up by Golden Guardians. Like, there was an era where like Complexity, this is actually what caused it. Complexity picked us up before Nyalotha. And then we instantly won the race to world first, and our viewership blew up from that. And so naturally, other orgs that don't know a ton about WoW are like, wait a second, you're telling me they picked up this fucking WoW guild and now this is their viewership every tier and like multiple times a year? Like, okay, are there any other WoW guilds we can give resources to see if they can compete? We've already gone through that. And
it is actually crazy how unsuccessful these teams were that invested into WoW. I don't know.
What the reality was basically there hasn't ever been proof in the streaming race world first era that you can have 3 competitive guilds all at one time. That's what viewers really want. You guys talk about the 3-horse race all the time. The reality is it's been like 6 years and there's never been an example of that being the case. So orgs are not going to invest money into it, right? So because of that, that's not going to happen in NA. We're not going to have someone like Method is to Echo. The reason Method exists is because SCO won't let it die. Like, we literally watched a video about that the other day. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they died after Serenity split, and then it's like, this is my life vision. I've had this guild since 2005. I will not let it die. The fucking Josh thing happens. He will not let it die. Even with, it could potentially never, they could never win potentially, but he will still, I mean, he'll probably go broke before he gives up on that, right? There's just no one in NA who owns a guild that cares that much about that with that kind of history, right? It's a unique thing to Method, because I think everyone else realizes that it's extremely unlikely for that to change, right? And that kind of works for Method because you have the underdog rooters. People really want Method to succeed, not only as an underdog story, but a comeback story and a potential 3-horse race and all of those things, right? W.
Yeah, it is true, but I think Method is very good at monetizing things. I would be surprised if they are in any financial struggle, especially now with the crypto deal they signed. I would be shocked if that was not very lucrative for them. So I don't think they have any money problems, is my guess. So 50% of EU players at this point. Is it that many at Liquid?
All right, continuing on.
That's kind of weird, right? I feel like we should have like...
Yo, Max, will you make all your past VODs free to all, or will you keep it sub only? Bro, I got the best news for you ever, big dog.
YouTube.
I have VODs on YouTube every single day for free. Blew your mind right there.
Yelled at each other or something.
I should like now shit talk him on stream. Like that fucking loser, man.
Oh,
He
who's
just
the
didn't
loser?
get it.
Yeah, fuck you. Who is that?
Do you think
I have
Method
no
and
idea
the Nexus
myself.
will be closer to Raze, Echo, and Liquid?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. 1 second. I gotta.
Wait, what? We should have waited for the edited release of this video, guys. Then we wouldn't have these things. Or what is he cooking?
I don't know. I don't think much will change from just those 3 players, but I think we're stronger than we were just because of the healer change. Because like the healer thing was big for us.
Well, I might
But,
get flamed again by Max soon.
Yeah, I don't know how much.
It's really hard to answer this question. Because, like, if you ever do lose to them, you don't want a clip of you saying, like, bro, ain't no fucking way. But, I mean, I think he's telling the truth in that, at least from my perspective, the logical thing is I don't think this swings the needle of Method versus Echo, in my opinion, at all. But if any, it's very minimal. But, like, the public doesn't think that, right? So how do you respond to this without sounding like you don't respect your competition while also being honest? You know?
Method will improve. But
yeah, I mean Method will. Method is gaining. I actually don't know how good those players are. They've rated an Echo for a long time and they have experience, but again, the levels of skill at this level, you just simply don't know until you play with them. They could be transcendent, amazing players, or they could just be someone who's in the raid. I just don't know. But I mean, Method has to get better, right? Which would at least swing the needle a little bit. But the thing is what defines this is the core of what makes Echo Echo, which is not gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think they're getting more first. And our goals were first, but you know anything can happen. It's the race war first. Crazy things
There
happen
we go.
sometimes.
The problem is you put the crazy things happen sometimes after it, so the clip has already happened and the people won't watch that.
He's teaching me the ways, guys.
Boys, we got the proc. Another
Unfortunate.
black tea this time, sponsored by the wife.
Another black tea? Or you fucking? Is that a shot? Is that no? That
Why-
that?
He
Also,
doesn't
we
know
got the
about the
proc.
Turkish tea.
Yeah, that's not a. That's a enormous shot,
Another
and
black
it's
tea
and
this
it's
time.
daytime.
I'm sponsored by
Come
the
on.
wife. Let's go.
I don't know how they do it in Turkey. Turkey? He's Turkish, right? Does he live in Turkey? I don't know.
Should avoid leak shitting on each other through our experience way. It did look like there was a healer gap amongst the.
Tiny bit of max slight incoming. Oh shit! Am I gonna get mad?
Max Light. I don't know, but I think we're gonna get
Alright,
flamed
here we go.
soon.
I'm ready to get mad. What's the message?
It did look like there was a healer gap amongst the.
It looked like there was a healer gap on Muggsy.
Yeah, it wasn't just Muggsy, guys. The last year, honestly, like, it was just really shit for us.
This
I
is the
mean,
funny part?
we lost 3 healers throughout the last few years. First we lost. Wait, who was the 3? I mean, in fact, we lost 4 technically, if you count Wooby as well. But Wooby was like a half-cooked healer. It was his
Damn.
first year, and immediately raced for first rating. I think he could have been good, but he just quit quite early. We lost Potter as well, but Potter like comes and goes, you know, as an outside support. So we lost Potter since a long time ago. I wouldn't count him anymore at this point. I mean, Scar, Zalia, and then there was one more person. What the fuck? Who am I forgetting? Oh, Tanner. Yeah.
Yeah, so Thanner, Scarus, and Zalia, 3 people who have years and years of Race World first experience. Yeah, I mean, that's...
What is he gonna flame me about?
You
then?
can't, like, is it possible to recruit someone who's as good as someone who has multiple years of experience? Yes, it's just, like, there's, like less than 5 people like that who play this game, and the best part is you don't know who they are. Because, like, logs are impossible, so it's, like, you just hope you get someone, and most people need the... Healing in the race is such a specific task that you just need to be doing it for so long. I mean, throughput is one thing, but it's like how quickly you figure out why healing is so important is like this is done on every player's level. Like if you're a warlock, THD is obsessed with problem solving. He is really, really good at figuring out how to be the best whatever spec of Warlock he's playing really quickly in progression. And everyone playing like that allows you to progress further. But healers, the quicker they acknowledge how they're supposed to heal this fight properly, regardless of throughput, means that everyone sees farther in the fight. And the further you get in the fight every pull, the more consistent everyone's learning, rather than only being in P2 for like 2 times an hour or something, right? If healing can affect that at all. Like healing, having good healing just like lets you get more consistent progression because you just see farther constantly and you see farther earlier.
Yeah, and also you don't need to correct the lack of healing by having to play good, and like you think less about your personals and can just think about the fight more. When you're constantly dying, it's really hard to pay attention to the fight. Whereas if you're not dying, you can just play very nicely. It's a big thing we do. We sometimes don't try to just survive mechanics. Like we can survive them, but we want people to feel safe while doing a mechanic so that they can really focus on it. Like let's say on sticks, if you wanted to do really good damage, you also want the people healthy so that they can stop worrying about their health and just can blast whenever the ads come. So that's Rujit as well now. He got the virus as well. What do you mean the virus? Oh, that's true. Oh, shit. Yeah, they got me good, dude. Yeah, Jeeth was good as well, but I would say Scarus, Tanner, and Ken were definitely better on the like top tier healers. Jeeth was good, but you know, I mean, he quit saying that you know the competition is too crazy, healing is too intense. Basically, he didn't want to do it anymore because he also thought he doesn't want to like spend the crazy time to play perfect, and yeah, because healing was too competitive and some of our healers were insanely good.
And healing just affects that individually more than any other role or class in Raid. That's why it's so important. And it's really, really hard to do that. Especially because as a lot of healing it's so specific that people are really good at one class of it. There's a lot more healer one tricks. Like you'll see them multi-class because they have to, because sometimes the healer's really OP, but like if you're playing an alt, you're just going to be 20% worse at what I just said, you know? It's just what it is. So like it can almost just be random of like how many mains or like main ready healers are your healers playing going into a tier, and that can just be based on tuning, you know? Doggo's dreaming. I mean, yeah, she's a dog. She does that.
Yeah, first we lost Scarus, then we lost Zelia, then we lost Thanner on top, I think. Never thought about it, actually, that the main... I think our healers are quite good at multi-classing, most of them. I don't know. I mean, I guess some people... I think it's weird. Some people have really big trouble multi-classing, whereas others, they have zero problems at all. They can play almost just as good as on their mains. It's really weird. I don't know what this phenomenon is. I've seen this on DPS players as well, on tanks as well. Some people are really bad at certain tank classes. Yeah. But again, there are other people that can just multi-class and like it's nothing. Like a good example back then we used always was Jimmy can play any class. But certain other people, including myself, I think I would also not play other classes that good. Like I need some time to get like invested into a class a little bit, so I can like immerse myself in that class and just really just feel the buttons, you know, not just know it. And if you main a hard class, it's easy. If you main Boomkin, you cannot multi-class. That could be a thing because I was maining Shadow, right? That could be a thing, yeah. In that order, and yeah, like it snuck up on us slowly, this problem. And
I mean, that's the worst problem to have. Like, I think this is probably true. If any guild loses 3 main healers going into a tier, they are going to lose.
Okay, we didn't lose 3 main healers going to tier. It does over like different patches, yeah? I don't know if you got that right.
Like, that's not exactly like, is there like 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000 that isn't true, but like it is really that, because there's so much, like not only the player skill and the experience, but like there's so much cohesiveness within the healers. You know, like when you're just raiding any random guild, you just try to get your healing out whenever you can, and you snipe and you do all that. Like you just have to.
You lost 2 for the last year. For last year, no, we didn't lose 2. We just lost Tanner, right? Last year. No, Ken was gone before that year. He was gone in Neurobar. Or am I trolling now? No, I'm not. And Timber Maw. Through Timber Maw we lost.
Really learn how to play as a unit. And
we lost 1 tier healer like over and over. It was kind of weird, yeah. I guess on Firak we didn't lose anyone. We lost on the Barrows, Neurobar, and after Neurobar.
You could have that entirely figured out playing Holy Paladin, Disc Priest, Resto Druid, and Shaman, and then the next tier you're playing 2 Prez Evokers and a No More Holy Paladin, a Mistweaver Monk, and a Priest, and like now your spot healing is totally different, and now your spot healing is actually a different person, and then like the flow of everything is just off. It's just so specific, right? I don't know. It's really really weird.
Yeah, I mean we were aware of it. We tried to prevent it, but going into the tier with 2 healer trials, I mean we weren't happy. Here we might get flamed. Damn, bro, the fights really tested our healers, yeah. Especially Max Z, but even before that, like on Sprocket, we would have killed this boss so much sooner if we had better healers. Not from the healing, just
actually, I also feel like we were. I feel like Sprocket, we actually got healer griefed as well. Like, I think that was we either, like, didn't set up that boss well for our healers to succeed. Like, we had them doing bad mines at a different time. But, like, our 2, not first deaths, but, like, basically deaths that cause a wipe, there were 2 healers that were, like, way ahead of anyone else in the raid.
Wait.
And
he's flaming his own healers as well. I thought he would never say this in front of 50,000 people. I thought I was the only weird guy to do these things. I guess he's not gonna name them though. I'm actually surprised.
So that means
my toxic leader. Welcome.
Our strat was bad for them to succeed because they had too hard of a job and we didn't make it easy enough for them as much as we could, or it was just a really hard boss for healers, right? So yeah, and if your healers die ever, especially your ramp healers, you're just absolutely cooked on that fight.
Oh,
not following Yummy TV, guys. This is not my Twitter.
Don't want to like shit talk people. You know, it's enough. But yeah, it was a big problem for us. So with Suri coming in, I'm hopeful that it's gonna be better. I get bin instantly. RT like agreed himself that this wasn't really like something for him. He also, from what I mean, I don't know if he didn't enjoy certain things so much anymore because he was not performing good, or if he was just not enjoying it and that's why he was performing bad. I'm not sure, but I mean, being honest, you could tell that from farm and PTR already that it was a bit shaky, and yeah, it proved to be shaky as well during the race. So let's say he get flamed for being honest or fate already during progress, which is obvious.
How many healers do they have this tier that are returning from last tier? Like Suri is new, and I don't know if they carry 5 or 6 healers.
Everybody else is old.
Basically, like
so far, I didn't get flamed for saying RT didn't perform so good. So this is good. I'm very happy so far.
He's saying they were unhappy with their healing last year. Are their healers just the same minus one of them, and then Suri instead of one of them?
I'll get meme soon.
Okay.
Nice.
So, I mean, they must be pretty happy with some of their healers. Like, he's basically saying, our healers were an issue last year, But it wasn't because of their player skill. It was because of their lack of experience. Because they didn't replace any of them except for one with Suri. And he mentioned like the 3 new healers or whatever. So it seems like they must like their healers.
Nice. Which could Artie come
Right
from? I
now,
don't know.
I'm good with our healers. Yeah.
Or like the terminal scenario is you don't like a couple of them, but recruiting healers is actually so hard that even though you're not happy with them, you just can't find anything that's just the best you can get.
I know he was potentially going to go to Fat Shark, yes, but
I'm
didn't
scared.
happen. I don't
What
know
is
if
he
he
gonna
came
say?
from Fat Shark, yes. I don't think so. He was from a lower end guild. How was Hank? Hank was alright, but also a bit shaky for sure. But we saw.
But Hank is still in the guild though, right? So he's just saying that Hank just needs experience.
Okay, there was different problems with Hank than with Artie. Artie had problems with the mechanics, whereas Hank was playing the mechanics so much. He was playing very PMA. This is
Why am I gonna
something
get
that
memed
Phil
to?
used to
I'm
do
scared.
on the mage back then. If you remember Phil, really wanted to play the mechanic, and while doing that, they would sacrifice their rotation for it. And especially as a healer.
Oh, that's
on
really
Muggsy,
interesting. That's so interesting. You talk about this in lower level guilds all the time, where it's like, would you rather have a player that's like fully focused on throughput, or would you rather have a mechanic lord that sacrifices throughput for mechanics? And usually at a lower guild level, you want the mechanic guy because you're not barred by throughput. But at the race world first level, there's just a certain amount of throughput that you need to even do this. And the reality is you just need both, right? But you usually don't run into someone that does one and not the other. That's really interesting. I wonder how you'd solve that.
If your focus is to
Because that's just like how they've learned to play the game.
to soak mindset blow up, or like get into the rocket, so make sure everyone soaks it, including you, instead of doing the most healing you can do. The raid feels that, and it hurts quite a bit.
Yeah.
So that it would be better if you just let a mine go through, or just don't go there, so someone else goes and soaks it. Then you moving there and like maybe entering
makes a lot of
Bear form
sense.
even or something, and just wasting healing. So yeah, he was very focused on playing the mechanics right, and but he knows that, and like Ryson's giving him good feedback, and it's something to improve on, and it can be improved on, I think.
I agree with everything I
that's
said.
interesting. I don't know if it. I mean, hopefully it can. That is so interesting that like it's a way. Like, okay, if a player, I'm not talking about him specifically. If a player doesn't do like good rotationally while they're doing mechanics, that tells you, at least what it tells me, is they are coggy loaded, right? You're like, for example, if you weren't coggy loaded,
What does Cogulata mean, guys?
are comfortable with what you are required to do for the mechanic, enough so to where you can still do a perfect rotation, then you would do that,
Okay,
right?
okay.
It's only when you are like stressed or feel overwhelmed that you wouldn't. So how do you work on that? Is it being more comfortable with the class? Is it playing the game more? Is it getting better in general? All of those things make sense. But how do you specifically work on that? I actually don't.
The way you work on that is typically for healers, they will just not do mechanics as much. So the opposite of what Ryzen actually wants. Yeah, so you would sometimes literally have a mine on Muggsy. Like, imagine Grawl is the Ryzen and Nerf is the mine. And Ryzen would stand here and literally just cast. He would not give a fuck. If the mine goes through, it goes through. He doesn't care. Like, we had one mine go through like this throughout progress. He was like, we watched the VOD and he was like, no, I had to cast. GG's. Like, you had to go in there. I'm not going to do it. And then we learn from that, and we just don't trust Ryzen to go in because he's doing the healing. He's going to save us. Somebody else does the job. And that's what you need to, like, you just need to prior your rotation more. There's always a balance you need to do with your coggy overloading. You don't want to, and sometimes that balance is off for some people. Sometimes you have people who have too much DPS minded or rotational minded coggies, and those guys are the majority, I would say. And then sometimes, to typically make up for those people, you have the people that train themselves to just do mechanics over fucking anything because they realize if they do the mechanics, the other people are going to do the damage. It's fine. But yeah, sometimes they're off balance a bit too much. In Hank's case, it was more mechanic focused, so we're trying to change that. But it's true, it's a bit hard to change. It's not incredibly impossible, but it is a bit hard to change that pattern with people. But I've seen it happen as well. Like I did that myself often, where I did that intentionally as well, where I focused a lot more on rate leading on the early pulls, and then when we're getting closer to a kill, I was focusing on DPSing myself when I was playing back then. Like on, I remember a big example was Fallen Avatar, because he could do more damage by multi-dotting as Shadow. And on the first like 50 pulls, I'm literally bottom DPS, and on the kill tries, I'm actually on the top of the DPS meters, because like there's no point doing damage before going for the kill. It was way better to just rate lead instead and fully focus on that. And also, people do more mistakes at the start than towards the kill pulls, because everybody's learning the fight. So it's way better your attention is used there, and also you need more attention to fix it. Yeah. So, but I did see people, especially people who did too much DPS, like learn to tune it down and play more mechanics. Also is something that we focus more on typically, as it's a more wider problem that happens. But I definitely think it's fixable. If it's too often, maybe it's hard, but yeah.
Oh no, that's kind of interesting. One button rotation. I know it doesn't work for healers, I'm joking, but like it's like, hey, you really struggle when you have to move and do mechanics, so just like hit that one button.
I wouldn't be surprised if you ripped a one button rotation on something, dude. That would be interesting. Like you get to the end boss, it's I don't know. Actually, maybe that might throw us off. But if you had practiced using the one button rotation, I think it might be interesting. Like especially as like a BM hunter, dude, that would be crazy. You just literally you don't care. It would be crazy.
Rotation every time you have to move, but that's not really a thing. Oh, I'm totally kidding, but yeah. He was also playing a ramp healer. Yeah, no, ramp healers last year specifically were very in danger, because every time you were ramping, their whole rate, like you mattered so much that like during your ramp, you had to make sure that like,
oh shit, I need to pee since a long time and this video doesn't end.
You know, you could not miss any of that ramp. The raid was usually set up, the healing CDs were set up to where like that entire person was only having to focus on that. Like sometimes what you do in progression for ramp healers, like we did this on Fyrak, you spell ward the disc priest just so they don't have to move, so everyone else can like do the mechanic, and
yeah,
they're keeping everyone alive, you know? And that can be a nice way to do that, or use externals to facilitate that.
I love doing that. It's really good. What I will never understand is if this is somebody yesterday also when I was in Kungen's stream, or the day before, he also said like, why don't you guys play from NA? Wait, I think if Max doesn't watch Kungen, I can't respect him. He needs to. He's the GOAT. I mean, honestly, man, I don't know. At this point, maybe that it's worth to take the latency hit. I don't know, and just play from NA. I'm not. Oh. Sure. Touchy subject now. Sorry.
Maybe. I mean, it's such a risk, you know?
Wait, he's not
also,
meaning
they've
this?
said this after every single raid they've lost. In a post-raid Q&A, someone's like, Max, do you hear Echo's coming to NA next year? Every single raid. And they don't, probably because it's just really not feasible to do it. You, like, how do you know you fill your splits?
Okay, I'm actually surprised he's not saying it's a disadvantage to come.
They'd have to sit through maintenance. Well, yeah, I mean, plus it's, I don't know. Let's hear what else he has to say. I'm assuming you guys said he said a snide comment. I'm assuming this is where that is.
Just the tilt part is, it's so expensive to experiment with this.
Yeah.
Both in terms of time and also in terms of...
And if you don't win, what are you even doing?
Money. True. The helpers is a big problem. Yeah, it is a big problem, but in the end, if you pay double what Liquid pays, we're going to get helpers.
Please don't. Oh, this sounds so annoying.
Be real.
This is like pieces all over again.
Method is getting enough help. It does sound annoying because it would increase the prices, but helpers. I mean, it's a reality, guys. That's my thing.
Yeah, but you're both EU guilds and an EU fan base. I mean, I don't know how many Echo fans there are in NA, but it certainly, is there enough helpers to go around if they were to incentivize enough of them to go over there through paying them in NA? Probably. I mean, there's less players in NA servers. But I mean, I assume the answer is like we both get our splits done.
King. I'm not sure, but I would think so. And yeah, I think we could do it. Well,
But
Method would be so happy if we did this. We would need to like. I don't know how big the latency is because it does feel fucking shit during PTR, but that could also be because it's PTR.
So I don't think if they're does he mean still playing from EU, like they're not going to fly into NA to do the event. So it's not bad. So PTR feels bad because the server is in California. So they're going from there's only one PTR server. It's in LA. So they're playing from like EU to LA, which is astronomical ping. You just need to pick an NA realm with an East Coast server. For example, we play on Chicago for the reason of we don't have all of our EU players in the States. Some of them are playing. So we're all playing at a Team Liquid facility. You'd assume it's in a California server to have the least ping possible. Well, in WoW, if you have like less than like 90 or 80 ping, it's like really almost no different. It's like the same thing. So we split the difference. We get like 40 or 50 ping in progression from California to Chicago, but our players in EU only get like 90 to 100. And that's pretty playable.
That's pretty good.
You know, like we have multiple players who kill every boss every tier that are playing with 100 ping, right? But like your whole guild on that, like, and it's so hard to tell like how much that would affect you over an entire tier.
I don't know.
What's the snide comment?
Max, he even is it out by watching from behind. Yeah, no. It's...
Oh, of course he's gonna get tilted. I mean, this is the thing that I mean, dude, we literally met at BlizzCon and went to dinner with Scripe, me, Scott, Roger, and Ryson, and we tried.
I did not go to dinner with him. This is actually not true.
I had to like come to some kind of understanding each person's biases about how the like the release difference like affects each guild, and there's just no way we're ever going to agree on that. But let's let him get his bit out here.
It's an advantage, actually.
Wait, say that again?
From behind. Yeah, no, it's an advantage, actually.
I mean, if I'm him, I'm definitely like, hey, starting from behind is worse, by the way. Like, I wouldn't want to be doing that. That sounds really, especially...
Wait, you guys lied to me.
You're a business and you're trying to get viewership. Why do you think they did that, like, heroic raid on NA when NA was up? It's because what really sucks about this is they're basically throwing away all the initial hype viewership.
That is also true.
Just because they're
I've said this many times.
You know? So you lose money. That fucking blows.
It's not just initial viewership. I mean, in the first part of the race, it's really hard to catch up if you're behind, right?
You're more likely to be late to all the early bosses and probably first to like the later bosses as well. That majorly affects your bottom line. Watching the person do the new thing.
Look at him smiling while he's saying these things, by the way.
Is usually only superseded
like a
by
little
watching
smile.
someone kill a really hard boss for the first time, even if it's second. Right? Yeah, that's an advantage. Here we go.
No, the reason I'm saying
Get
to
your
go
bit
to
out.
NA is to reduce our advantage so we're playing on an even playing field, guys. I'm sick of having an advantage. Enough is enough. I want it to be fair now.
I mean, I don't think this is bad. Bro, if I'm an EU player and I'm really excited. Have you guys ever been excited to play a game? This makes me
CPTV, as you know, always coming with the memes, dude. At the meme time.
mad. And then like a streamer got access to that game one day early and you're sitting here like, man, I want to play this game right now, but this fucking dude is playing it one day ahead of me because he's a goddamn Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
And you've been looking forward to it for like months. Bro, that pisses me off.
That is the stupidest thing, by the way, any company can do. That's crazy.
Right? So imagine that. You're what you do in your life that is the most fun possible is doing the race world first, and every single time it comes out, you just have to be sitting there like the Squidward meme with everyone else having fun, and you're just like sitting there waiting.
That is us every fucking tier. Like all competitiveness and business aside, it feels so sad, man. It's even like on normal patches. It's not even just the raid. It's just so bad. That's why I'm saying it. Of course, no, he's right. Especially in the second week. That's when the advantage kicks in the best. Because then you know everything. And there's nothing to gain pretty much. But we get to progress Sprocketmonger
It's
more
still going.
in the first week, which is really good. That's when the advantage kicks in, dude. It's fucking good. Holy shit, it's so good. I love it. God damn.
Dude, he loves the global release, by the way. Or no global release.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah. He's fucking feeling it right now.
I may have gotten slightly tilted when I was explaining this. Helio Sprinter with, and also there's no maintenance, so we can. I don't know, but he's not denying it. So you guys lied to me, or what? Or sleep longer, or something. I don't know. How you all experimented with creating like a long-term supporter program? So yeah, it's just very complex.
That's cursed.
I don't know. If you have ideas, send them to me. But I haven't found.
You know what would be great is going into the race, if instead of having to do any group finder, we had all these people pre-signed up. They actually showed up on time, and we had everyone set up, pre-vetted for the raid with weak auras in the raid, ready when we were ready to start them by having supporters or whatever. Bro, that you can only do so much with that. There's you do that, and then half the people aren't there for your run, and you end up just recruiting everyone from your group finder anyway.
Something. The big thing is like there was a lot of times the idea of creating a lower end guild, like an Echo Academy type
Liquid
guild.
Academy.
But nobody gives nobody can be arsed moderating that. Like if someone in that,
I mean, okay, let's say you did moderate it and you had like a support staff that was willing to help and try to have these players get better. Could you develop some good talent? Maybe. But the reality is there's no salary cap in this whole esport here, if you want to call it that. And there is an academy team for the top teams. It's all the other guilds. Like we've been recruiting other guilds' best players for like 5 years. Right? And there's no way you are going to develop an academy guild that is going to develop talent better than every single.
It wasn't for talent though, it was for split runs, right? But yeah, I think it would still be fun though to develop talent. It doesn't have to be talent for Echo necessarily, but also it could be giving people a chance that are like a lot worse. You know, someone might be in Method, but you know, there's a lot of people that are not in Method or in any top 10 team and they are good players. There are really good players in like a rank 60 guild. You would find randomly a war first level player in a rank 60 guild easily. So yeah, but yeah, I was here talking about the splits in general.
Single other guild in the world that is actively cultivating good players by progressing real raids when they come out. You know what I'm saying? Like that makes it not relevant. If you had infinite resources, if you had the means to...
Yeah, all the good players are in chat right now, dude. If you just had an academy with our viewers right now, damn, those are War First players left, right, center. Just wish we had the support staff for this.
Pay all of our analysts and me and everyone to raid with who we thought the best players were that were outside of Liquid. We put them all into one raid and specifically worked on developing their talent. Could those players make it into Liquid and we are better? Yes, but like the resources that would have to go into that are immense, and it's basically just not possible. There's just not enough money in this. And also, I don't even know, like, would you even end up recruiting players from there versus a guild that was killing bosses weeks earlier in progression right behind us, and we can just recruit their best guy? It's just not, it doesn't really work here.
team goes and posts N-words or harasses women or anyone.
Well, let's back this up.
Can be ours moderating that. Like if someone in that team goes and posts N-words or harasses women or...
This was for split runs, by the way. So the idea was to mass recruit people into a guild and then moderating that.
Anyone, it will get back to us. And we're gonna be like, okay,
so you have to like deal with
we
them.
do not want people to say N-words or harass women. And then like we have to investigate it.
This is so random.
And kick people and moderate this.
Yeah, I think it's more random to him maybe because I don't think he dealt with these kind of issues, but we had to quite a few times, and it's such a fucking tilter.
And nobody can be fucked. It's just too tilt.
I feel like there's like a million problems before it comes into like there's more people to manage, so it's an HR disaster if we're not running it. Yeah. I mean,
I think he still thinks it's an academy guild to develop talent. What it was about mass inviting, like you would need like 500 people or something in this guild, right? And manage all of them. And there, yeah, it's tilts to
make sure that they are representing Echo in a possible way.
That would also be a
Want these
problem,
people
right?
Also, it's not even that I like just like I don't. Yeah, but vetting people. Yeah, he thinks it's like 20 people, and you're rating with them, and you develop good talent. That is an idea that you know I just wouldn't. I don't think we have the people to want to do it. I don't think the vetting would be as big of a problem there. Even though it's still a problem, but it's a lot less, like a lot easier, right? But when you have 500 people, because that's when like all the fans would want to come and stuff, and they would want to help with splits. Because we were talking about splits here, but he turned us into a talent development thing, which is not what I was talking about. I want people to be angry. I don't.
No,
want
it would
these
definitely
people
be a
to
problem. It's just like
represent Echo in
that
any sort of way. So it's just ICBA. That's why we didn't do that. But there was some thinking about like paying people, like certain people extra, so they make multiple characters and they have like 4, 5, 6 characters and join more splits, like more players that are more proven themselves by getting higher ranks or something. I think Method does this.
Wait, they do?
So their splits are better. I think so. But
What do they do?
that are more proven themselves, like more. He didn't even listen, man.
The Turbo Priest. Yep. Shout out Lucy. We have this Lucy guy that came to all of our Gallywix runs. He had like 12 disc priests. Did a ton of healing on all of them, just for no reason other than to help our guild.
Like that,
absolute insane
I don't
gamer.
think long-term supporter thing, except for very few people. Like we have some people that do stuff for us. But it's not many people, and we know these are normal people, and I would be shocked if they were harassing anyone. Let's say, you know, pushing the N-word and harassing women seems to be a recurring thing. Some people pass.
Why, of all of the things you go over that entire segment, and then someone in the chat. You have all these chat messages you can pick from, and you choose to ask for the guy asking again about the harassing women and slamming slurs.
Present. Yeah, we want to stay away from that. We want to stay the fuck away from
that.
Those
is
people.
Crazy.
Just to be clear, if that wasn't clear so far,
that is absolutely crazy.
/RT notes for helpers. Yeah, I don't know if anyone cares about that. I would think not, because Liquid already does that, right?
Wait, what do we do?
Notes for helpers. To be fair, I was quiet this time. When I was reading. /RT notes for helpers. Yeah, I don't know if anyone cares. I didn't mean for helpers, like they're giving it away for free is what I meant about that. Or for subscribers or something. I would think not, because Liquid already does that, right?
Wait, do they not do that? How do you guys don't have weak auras that make the people who are joining your runs pass?
He's talking about split run weak auras. I'm talking about progress, like mythic weak auras. They're mythic weak auras they release after they kill or like some bosses. Some people kill the bosses. And also for some subscribers of the developer of the weak auras or something.
Pass on loot? How do you... I mean, I guess it doesn't happen that much, but like over a few tiers, we've definitely, before doing that, we definitely had people steal loot, you know? So I'm assuming, no, yes, we do. Oh, then what is he talking about?
Will Sarwo translate make some guilds as part mess for...
Liquid have the raid pack, but Echo just uses the pass loot thing.
Not true either.
Oh, I see. So like I see those as all in one. Like you want your splits to go as smooth as possible. So giving them weak auras that better help them understand the fight they're seeing now for the first time.
No one is explaining it what I meant, man. Fuck. I was talking about mythic progress weak auras that they release after they kill the bosses. They are already releasing that to everyone, not just helpers. So us giving our mythic progress weak auras for free is irrelevant for helpers, because there's already liquid ones out there for free. Yeah.
Which I'm interested. I wonder how much that actually matters. But then that's also given to them at the same time as something that makes them pass on loot.
Post racers. There we go.
What, wait, so you guys don't give them packs for the boss? I feel like that has to help them a little bit. Maybe not.
What does mean? Part mess? Or race for
We
first
do?
period?
Well, then what is he talking about? I'm
Oh,
so
partners.
confused.
I
We
just don't
do?
want
That's why
anyone
I'm
to
confused.
associate
Oh.
with us in like not in masses. A few people is fine because we can filter those and see if those people are normal people. But
Is there anything left in this video?
getting like 100+ people into a guild that is called something with echo, I don't want that. So we're not even talking about the roster at this point. We're just reacting to a stream of mine. We don't even have people. We don't even invite people's friends into our guild. Like if a player has like his best friend of 5 years, he cannot enter echo. We don't have a social rank. Only staff and like analysts and like rate.
Dude, I'm surprised people don't get mad about that. I don't know. I might be unlocking a memory for you guys because it just kind of unlocked for me. But
What is
there's
the
a lot of
memory?
newer race fans, so I'm sure you guys probably don't remember this, but does anyone remember when we were not streaming in Old Year and there was a DBM setting where if any raider in your guild had DBM, and back then we didn't require big wigs, you could use either. We didn't have much of the things we have now. And on DBM, if you were just a casual in the guild, you could go into your DBM and it'll show the furthest progress of anyone in your guild. And because we weren't logging and we weren't streaming, we didn't want anyone to know our progress. But casuals in our guild one casual in our guild looked in their DBM and leaked how low we had the boss. So, yeah. Or you messaged them, like, if you just...
That was a tier where they had it really low and then they chose to extend and then kept wiping low percent, right? Instead of re-clearing and winning the race. That was crazy. They could have won Uldia race already against Method, which was the first tier Method streamed as well. So it would have been huge. It would have been a big hit to Method.
DM'd
Crazy.
them or something, it would just show the thing. So, and you had to be in the guild for it to work. So, I don't know why this was done, but someone in our guild just decided we have to until the end of this race, we have to remove all of the casuals from the guild. And it was not a lot of people because we were a pretty new guild at that time. There were maybe like 20 total people removed, and they were told that they could rejoin after the race. But for now, and because we can't fix the DBM thing, we're not having a player who's actively progressing this boss download a new add-on. Like, that's not worth the performance loss. So, like, whatever. There's a reason I'm telling you all of this.
Okay.
The memory that I might be unlocking for you is, do you guys remember how fucking mad the community got at us for that? It was crazy. People were mad at us for that for months because, like, every casual...
I do not remember at all because they were completely irrelevant back then. Holy shit, I said it.
that was just now watching the race
Everybody was thinking that, though.
World first on stream for the first time. They're Method fans because Method is the
Okay, this was just a joke, guys, okay?
guild that's streaming. We are the bad guys because you don't know anything about us. We're the team that might win and you can't see our content and fuck these guys. We don't know anything about them, right? And then this like Wowhead article came out and it was like Liquid or Limit at the time. Limit removes all casuals from guilds. That
If you clip it, you better fucking include the joke part.
just struck the perfect chord with all of the casuals who are now learning about the race for the first time, and they thought about that in their own guild, even though guilds at this level are run very differently, and they just it was the worst PR ever, dude. We were the fucking enemies because of that, and it was the most unimportant thing ever. Those people got invited right back. Nothing of importance happened, but it was basically just the title of the thing just made it. It was just the perfect
Yeah, that's why we didn't remove people. We just never invited them. That's the trick.
storm of things that would make casuals hate us.
There's are in our guild. Having another guild tied to Echo would probably attract attention seekers and cause more issues than it's worth. Yeah, basically. Not even grandmas. Actually, I don't know. If some player came in to me and said, like, bro, my grandma is like about to die. Like, can we just get her into the guild? This is her dream.
The answer is no. Sorry, Grandma.
I don't know. I would probably think about it and then say no.
I was actually kidding. Dude, fucking Jesus. All right.
Yeah.
Grandma.
We don't have enough spots for it anyways. It's close to full of Yeah, because grandmas are dangerous, bro. Like my grandma, I don't know.
Bro, where is this going?
I think grandmas, like some grandmas are
Like,
crazy,
you left this in the YouTube video?
dude. I think they're more dangerous. They also have like more. We got flamed again. The editor is crying right now. Conservative thoughts, and back then, some fucked up shit was normal, guys. You know, like my grandma was married.
Bro, what is happening right now?
When she was, I think, 15. I don't know. I mean, she might. I mean, she died now. So,
dude, this. There's. It's insane that.
Yes. Guys, it's the EU gap, I think.
This video is titled "Let's Talk About Echo's Race World First Roster," and the level of not giving a fuck with editing left. I mean, low key, this is funny as fuck. But like,
risk.
but this is just
know.
crazy that this is where we're going right now.
She died now, so there's no risk. There's not going to be a tweet longer from my grandma, but you know, dangerous stuff.
I mean, maybe this is super meta. Like, he knows this is actually funny.
They may
as
say
fuck.
N-words freely. Yeah, not my grandma. Is he thinking that I'm trying to be serious when I'm talking about this? There's no way. Maybe this is meta and he thinks this is funny. No, man, I was actually very serious about it, and I wanted to give some insight about my grandma. Be clear. I don't think she even knows what that word meant, but just to be clear, yeah. Max is in shock. He just doesn't understand. Are often racist as fuck. Yeah, I mean, actually,
Man,
yeah,
this is
I
so
would,
good.
especially grandmas are not allowed. They're the most dangerous ones.
The EU dip is hitting
We
hard, dude.
relaxed enough, I think. This was.
Bro, what a fucking banger minute of a YouTube video. That I was on the edge of my seat that whole time.
There's a lot of shit
That could have you could have told me about halfway through that this is gonna go in a direction, and you could name the direction, and I would believe anything in the world. I cannot believe where that went.
But we need to get back to fucking work, guys. There's more interviews to be looked
Yo,
at.
shout out the grandmas that are out there. Y'all are dangerous.
That and more mechanics and all this stuff. I didn't even see the artifact item yet.
Okay. Yeah, cool. There was like a little bit in there.
Wait, did he just end the stream after this?
There wasn't as much stuff as that.
Wait,
Oh, shit.
what?
So much weird shit happening right now.
Oh, and then the video ends. What the fuck? Weird. My video instantly without an outro. Man, this editor, guys. I don't know why his stream randomly ends here. I don't get it. He didn't even say bye. You know, something is, I think he DC'd or something. I don't know. Or?
They animated the... Is this guy a tomato? All right.
Wait, he just said all right. He just went. Oh, he likes to answer abruptly. Oh, that's crazy. Wait, he just... Okay, he just watched my video and ended it. Nice.
Fuck.
Cool. That's how he ends it. I see. Well, all right then, guys. I'm ending as well. Bye. No, actually, I'm gonna end it though. I really need to go pee. I held it in the whole time reacting to this. It was really good content. Thank you, Max, for the incredible react and your nuanced take on my views. And it was my first video on YouTube since a long time, or like one of the first few ones. So please do not flame it too much next time. I'll try to be better, and we'll learn from the React Sensei himself. And I'll practice by ending my streams quick. I heard this is the way to do it. Bye-bye.